Well, hello, hello, hello. Oh, what a day. What a day. Good afternoon, Lois. What is today? Today is October 7th, and it is 3 o'clock I don't even know. Today's Tuesday. Today is Tuesday. Tissue's handy. Absolutely. And Denise, you call me anytime. Doesn't even matter if I'm streaming or not. You call me anytime, love. Oh, guys, I've had a morning. I've had a morning. I put lipstick on and it was just a horrible color. I tried to take it off. I've got new speakers. I don't like them. I try. So today what I'm gonna do is and got dandelions here, Dianess. Lois, I don't even know where you are. Let me even look. Let me even pick. I don't even know what I'm doing here. Um, I actually wanted everybody to be in the uh, Rubber Ramada chat room, um, so I can actually make hours on that stream. I'm not really worried about it right now. Um, I think everybody is in the crime time chat, which is fine. Which is fine. Um, I'm gonna get it all sorted out eventually. Um, it's Unfortunately, it's a mess. It is a mess. It is a mess. I just need to make hours on the Rubber Ramada channel. That is why I was wanting people to be actually in the Rubber Ramada room. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop that in the chat. So if you are in the Rubber Ramada crime time, I would appreciate it if you could move over to the hang on, I'm having so much trouble with this right now. It does For some reason the crime time channel doesn't want to pop up in my background to where I can make edits to it to pin links. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Let's see. We're gonna pin this message. So okay, so that's on the crime time channel. So preferably chatting in. There you go. We're in the Rubber channel now. We're in the Rubber channel now. Beginner, how are you? How are you, love? Um, Always from Poland. That's my favorite. You're my favorite Poland person. You finally caught alive again. Okay, thank you, Lois, for moving over. I appreciate that. I just really need to make some hours on the actual Rubber Ramada channel because of the issues with um, uh, so with all the issues, I don't even want to get into all that. But Cindy, we're over in the actual Rubber Ramada channel, so I'm not sure what channel you're on. But if you want to look, I'm reading. If you want to chat with everybody, it is pinned at the top for the Rubber Ramada channel, and that's where everybody is at. So, um, yeah, it's been kind of crazy. I logged in this morning to my just tell y'all what's going on with me real quick. I logged into my here you come, here you come. So everybody, so if you want to chat, and I see people slowly coming in. If you want to chat, we are going to has you on my big TV. I think you are, Dandy. Let me look real quick. Let's see. We've got beginner in here, Dandy. Yes, y'all have all moved over. Cindy, she moved over. All right, all right, all right. Cool, cool, cool. Okay. Because I need to make hours on that channel to get it to where I've built it up enough with monetization and stuff. Because unfortunately, with things that are going on, transferring a YouTube channel from the UK to the United States is not proving to be very easy. So I need to really, really do some doubling down on the Rubber Ramada channel to build those hours. So I will be able to do what I do here over there and actually be paid for it. I was never set out to make money on this thing, but when Katya offered it to me in the situation I was in with a pending litigation, it was going to be helpful. And yeah, it hasn't worked out. I've done this for 3 months. 0. So I'm not asking for anything. I'm just asking that everybody switch to the rubber Ramada so I can really work on all that. Well, Cindy, it's because I don't have any mods over there because I don't ever do any of that. So we're going to switch that. Let's see. I want to give Cindy, I know Hannah had it. Add as moderator. And Denise is my other mod too. So let me get those 2 up. Denise. Okay, Cindy, you're there. And Denise. There we go. Okay. Cindy and Denise, y'all are fixed. Okay. So with that, today I had to just for conversation to top off with, you got it back. You got it back. Instead of polling all the time, I could write good evening from see, I can't say that. Good try, but I can't say that, beginner crafter. Anyway, so what happened was I've had a rough morning. I went into, I have to go into my chart, which is what we use for our medical stuff. And gotcha, Hannah. And it's where I go to refill my Rinvoq. Rinvoq is for some health issues. And when I went into my chart to work on my refill this morning, there was a note in there that my doctor had passed away last week of brain cancer. And I have to get a referral from my PCP because of my insurance, blah, 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 for my medication. So I'm very upset. This doctor has been my doctor for over 20 years. She was my mother's doctor. She was my grandfather's doctor. She's been around for a long time. And she passed away of brain cancer. So it can happen to any of us at any time. So I had my cry fit this morning. I had my I am not okay moment. And so now I've put a call into my GP. So if my phone rings, I'm going to have to step away and answer it. I'm waiting on that call to be able to get a referral to see a new doctor who wouldn't be available until February 6th to get a new appointment. And I can only hope that somebody will refill my Rinvoq in the meantime, because it's great. It works wonders. And I don't want to be without it. So it's a luxury of health issues. So anyways, it's a thing. And yes, cancer is a bitch. Fuck cancer. So, and I appreciate you all being here. I appreciate you all. So we're going to start off this morning. We're going to start off. Let's see. We're going to share. Whoops. We're going to share this tab instead. We're going to, and of course it lost audio. Hold up. Let me add it again. I'm going to start this morning off. Denise helped me this morning because I was really in the middle of the meltdown, not knowing what to do when I was sent this. And I thank you for that, Denise. So here we go. And we're going to listen as I fill my empty coffee cup. Real quick, I'm going to pull this down and I'm going to show y'all. This is my coffee cup this morning. This is my favorite sister-in-law bought me this cup. She knows me. She knows me like the back of her hand. Her name is Diana. I will call her out any day and every day. This is my mental breakdown cup. It's got little sayings on it that says, what am I feeling? Am I allowed to break down? I don't need to compare myself to others. Trust what I'm going through. It's okay to feel mad. I'm allowed to have bad days. So it is my mental breakdown cup. So I felt it was very appropriate for today. So with that, we're going to listen in.
Yeah. You know, it's a sneaky drug is caffeine. We're all addicted. It's the one drug you're allowed to be an addict. No one cares. It's completely accepted. You wake up. It's the first thing you want. You go in your kitchen, turn your coffee maker. You're making drugs at home. Yeah? There's an appliance for it. There's no Mr. Meth. Yeah? And you look like an addict. You open a drawer, pull out a bag, Colombian. Right? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Then you get to work. Everybody's cracked out. I can't function without my coffee. I'm not myself without my coffee. No coffee, no worky. Yeah. I used to work at this office. This mean lady would come in every day. She'd be like, I'm not talking to anybody till I get a cup of coffee. And I was always like, great, hide the coffee. Yeah. You know,
She got it off of Amazon. She orders me all kinds of stuff off Amazon. I love you too, Hannah. You're my Hannah honey. That's what I've always called you, Hannah honey. You're innocent of making that drug. You know, the funny thing is over the weekend when Hector and I were out shopping at Walmart, I told him, I said, I want to get me a mini Keurig to have over here on my desk so I don't have to like get up and go refill my big cup. If I just have a little Keurig, I could just make it a cup at a time while I sit here and do my trials and my stuff. I just, you know, I think it would be great. Anyway, so I have my fall background. I had to kind of get into the season. So, what I want to do is I'm going to start off. We're going to watch a quick, we're going to talk about Arlene Alvarez today. She was the little girl's life that was taken. And it took the damn sound again. Why does it keep doing that? Vamos. Hey, what stream are you in? Vamos. You are in the wrong stream. I mean, you could be in that stream, but you're going to be alone because we're over in the Rubber Ramada stream. So there is a pinned message at the top, and that is the live stream to where we are chatting if you would like to chat. I'm trying to build up hours on the Rubber Ramada channel. So let's see. Okay, here we go. Let's see if we can get some sound back here. Okay. So I'm going to play this. This was just a little short so we can recap and know what we're talking about today. And I'm going to change this.
Okay. ABC 13's Micah Hatfield spoke to the family at a memorial service today. And Micah, they're holding out hope that justice will be finally served.
Eric, Arlene's father, Armando, told me today that, yeah, again, he is hopeful that someone will be arrested and held accountable for his daughter's murder. Houston police are looking for the original alleged robber, the person who started this tragic chain of events. There is a $30,000 reward tied to this case. Although an arrest won't bring the family closure or peace, they tell me there's no such thing when you lose a child.
They say time will cure everything, but I doubt it.
Wendy Alvarez wore a chain with her daughter's photo around her neck today as they celebrated her life. 9-year-old Arlene Alvarez has captured the hearts of many Houstonians both before and now after her passing.
We live with guilt because we regret trying to go for dinner, but it shouldn't be like that for us or for anybody else.
The Alvarez family was headed to get pizza in the Gulf Gate area for Valentine's night. They just so happened to pass by a robbery in progress at the Chase Bank ATM. Houston police say the man being robbed shot at the robber as he ran away, mistaking the Alvarez family's truck as a getaway vehicle for the robber. Arlene was in the backseat with her brother. She was hit, taken to the hospital. Her family removed her from life support the following day. The man who shot Arlene was arrested, but a grand jury didn't indict him on the charge, and he was released.
It just hurts me the way I lost.
Okay, and we do know, and this is a previous news story from after it happened. They did not indict Tony Earls at first. Then the grand jury did come back and indicted him for manslaughter. And we have had the trial. He was deemed guilty with the verdict. So I just wanted to recap on the story real quick before we actually watch the sentencing phase of his trial.
By somebody else's irresponsibility. And that's what breaks my heart because we're really protective with our kids.
Arlene was not the only young person to lose her life in Houston to violence around that time. 15-year-old Diamond Alvarez was shot and killed in her neighborhood on January 11th of last year. Her boyfriend was charged with her murder. Darius Dugas was shot and killed at just 11 years.
Okay, so it's an ongoing thing in Houston. So with that, we're going to switch over here. And this was a little short clip about her celebration of life. This was 3 years after her. This was the 3-year anniversary of her death on Valentine's Day, they held a little vigil. And I just want to put out there who Arlene is, that she is a beautiful child, beautiful soul.
Alvarez tragically lost her life in a shooting. Today, family and friends came together to honor her memory. We streamed the heartfelt gathering live on the KPRC2 Plus live stream. KPRC2.
And I will put this here. I'm going to put this down in the chat. This is actually what I just dropped is actually the whole stream service. It's 45 minutes long. I will not be playing that. That's why I'm playing this small clip. So it will give us just a little glimpse inside.
Jaewon Jung joins us with more on their ongoing fight for justice.
Arlene's family will never forget her smile and bright energy. On Friday, loved ones released doves in her honor, symbolizing her journey to heaven.
Beautiful.
On a day most celebrate love, this family mourns a loss.
It's just really upsetting that we're here, but I want to thank everybody for giving us support and never leaving us behind.
On Valentine's Day 3 years ago, 9-year-old Arlene Alvarez was shot and killed while riding in the back of her family's truck. Police say the suspect, Tony Earls, was trying to shoot someone who had robbed him at a bank when he shot the wrong person.
And keep in mind, the suspect that was the robber is still at large, and there is a 20,000, if I remember correctly, reward still out for this gentleman. They have not been able to identify him.
She should be in school right now. She'd be 7th grader. But that's just not the case.
You talked about the fight for justice. Can you talk a little bit about what that's been like these past 3 years?
It's been very difficult. Our criminal justice system needs to be strengthened to work for crime victims, not for criminals.
Arlene's aunt, April Aguirre, says there is now a new prosecutor on the case, John Jordan. He was there on Arlene's celebration of life on Friday.
I'm here to support the family, and a precious child was taken from us.
How confident are you that the trial will happen in August?
We're very confident that we'll be going forward in August.
If Arlene was watching right now, what would you say to her?
Right now and every day, I always tell her that I love her so much.
Arlene's mother, Wendy, says it was a coincidence that her daughter was laid right across from late veteran Vanessa Guillen. She says she was relieved that an angel would be watching over her daughter.
It feels nice to see that Vanessa's here with Arlene, and I just feel like she's taking care of her as well.
In Houston, Jaewon Jung, KPRC2.
Okay. So we're going to watch this. This was the actual guilty. It's where the judge reads off. I can't, my words are not wording.
You may be seated. 763 State of Texas versus Tony Earls. We, the jury, find the defendant Tony Earls guilty of the offense of manslaughter as charged in the indictment signed by the foreman of the.
Okay, so that was that. So with that, we're going to switch over to this, and this is the penalty phase, the punishment phase of his trial. And we're going to go through a few streams of this. These are going to be relatives talking. And actually, Tony Earls, who did not take the stand during his trial, took the stand during his punishment phase. And we will see that. Let me switch over here to this one. Okay.
Okay, I'm going to set my timer, then you can start.
Okay, so these are going to be the opening statements for the penalty phase of his trial. So we're going to start rolling with that. And yeah, it's a little rough. but I'm very interested because I have not watched this, so I do not know what Tony Earls has to say about himself and his explanation for the situation, other than he had a gun in his face and he thought he was shooting at the person who was robbing him. I don't know. I'm very interested to hear what Tony Earls has to say when we get to that. So let's roll with openings.
Pardon me? When you start speaking, I'll start counting.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. The beauty about our justice system is that we get to have 12 people from our community represent us. 12 people from different parts of Harris County, including Katy, including Cypress, including Pearland, including all of the different parts. And we get the 12 of you that get to make a decision and be the voice for our community. And I know that every one of you has been attentive and watching the evidence, watching the testimony, and you know what the evidence is. As much as they would like to think that we're going to stand up here and I'm going to pull on your heartstrings, all I've ever talked to you about is the law and the facts, because that's what matter, right? And so this is the law. It's the same copy, similar copy of what you guys had in Guilt Innocence. The first 3 pages are the general principles.
Okay, that was not me. The sound went out in one of my headphones, so it went mono on us.
What you heard as evidence and what you saw as evidence is what's going to guide your deliberations. Okay? Page 3, guys. The first 2 pages are general principles. Page 3 is the punishment range. Page 3 tells you that a manslaughter punishment range is 2 to 20 years, and if the defendant's eligible for probation, you may consider it. But I'm going to take you back to jury selection, okay? When we were talking to you in jury selection about being able to consider the full range of punishment, by design, we wanted, Mr. John and I wanted, the citizens of Harris County to represent this jury. We wanted Harris County's voice to be heard in this courtroom. Hypothetical for you to consider probation. And honestly, only reason I'm talking about it to begin with is because they called the probation officer to the stand. I'll tell you flat out, this is an inappropriate case for probation. A probation case is like the example John gave you in Vordaer. Somebody's at a New Year's Eve party. Someone's at a 4th of July party. They shoot.
Already objecting, sir, this is not, oh no, this, I don't know how this is going to go.
It's a proper argument to tell the jury what would be an appropriate example for probation. They have to determine the facts in this case and what's.
I'm going to sustain that objection. Remember what I've told you before with respect to statements given by attorneys. The evidence is here. The law is in the charge. Amendment evidence here that came from the stand.
Judge, I move for a mistrial at this point.
That'll be denied, sir. You may continue.
A probation.
Sir, what? He said, I move for a mistrial at this time, sir. And the judge said, no, denied. What? Oh, my stars.
Case requires somebody to accept responsibility. A probation case requires somebody to say, yes, I did that. A probation case requires somebody who's willing to accept responsibility. They asked the probation officer, well, as part of probation, the judge could sentence him to some jail time, right? Yeah, 180 days for killing a 9-year-old girl. You want to talk about what is egregious? Here are 3 principles I want to guide your deliberations. You ready? Number 1, the facts of this case. And make no mistake, there is nothing more egregious than the defendant sitting on the stand, admitting to wanting and having the intent to kill somebody when he got out of that car. Admitting that he had the intent to kill every person in that truck. There's nothing more egregious than that. Second thing, mitigation. Third thing, future danger. Thing about probation is if you play
Hold up. I think I'm out of order. That is the closings. I am so sorry, y'all. I did that out of order. Okay, I'm sorry. It jumps right into her. I apologize for that.
I did with Armando, the AR.
And this is Arlene's mother, Wendy.
Arlene Armando, and I gave Armando the initials with Arlene. So Armando's name is Armando Luis Alvarez. So Arlene is Arlene Lynette Alvarez because I wanted Armando to feel connected to my daughter.
And I'll ask you briefly, the type of relationship you had with your mother was very different than you had with Arlene.
Yes. So my mom was a very strict mom. She always wanted me to learn everything on my own. She was more strict, and she didn't want to confuse the relationship between a mom and a friend because she didn't want me to disrespect my mom. But with my daughter, I wanted to change everything. I wanted her to be my best friend and to always connect with me. And I wanted her to grow older and always come to me for anything. So that's the bond that I created with her. And she was my best friend.
So she was in the 4th grade, right?
Correct.
Was she a good student?
Excuse me?
Was she a good student?
Yes.
And you talked about you being a hairdresser. What were the types of things she was recently getting into when she was 9?
Oh, she had already mastered a blunt haircut. She already knew how to blow dry with a paddle brush and a roll brush. And when my customers would come to my hair salon, she already knew the code not to say that their hair was orange or yellow because my customers would panic. So she would tell everybody, do not say orange or yellow in my mom's hair salon because my mom's customers are gonna freak out. So do not say that. She already knew the color wheel too. She was very smart.
She was into nails, makeup.
Yes. So one time she approached to me, she was like, Mom, can you buy me a nail kit? And I'm like, no, because you cannot use the acrylic, Arlene. Those products are too strong. Mom, I got it. I want to do nails, So I ordered her the gel nail kit and everything. That day I had asked my mom if she could take care of Arlene because I had 4 customers. And I specialize in blonde, like platinum cards and all this stuff. So I was like, I'm going to be really busy, Mom. She was like, don't worry, leave her here. When I got back that day, Arlene already had her nails done. She did it by herself. She's like, Mom, see, I know, I have it in me. Like, I did my nails by my own. And that's it. That's all she had to do. Once she took off with her first nail set, she was already doing nails to everybody. She was the nail stylist in the family.
This is really heartwarming to see her mother with this big, beautiful smile, speaking so highly of her daughter. She was a proud mama, and that is just beautiful.
Describe her relationship with her brother, who was, I guess, 2 years younger.
Mm-hmm. So my babies, I feel like I'm so close to all my babies because I breastfed all my kids. I nurtured my babies, and I always took care of my kids. Wherever I worked, wherever I went, I always carried my kids with me because I thank my mom for making me the woman that I am now, because my mom would only take care of my kids for emergencies, but she taught me that I always have to have my kids around me. I come from a family that they had used auto dealership. So I grew up in my dad's dealership. So that was nothing different for me. So I was like, okay, well, I grew up in my dad's business. My kids grow up in my business as well. And when we had Armando Jr., Arlene was only 2 years old. But whenever Armando Jr. was born, I was like, I'm weaning off my baby from my bed. So they both slept together since Armando Jr. was born. So all Armando knows and knew was the love and the connection with Arlene. So when we lost Arlene, it affected Armando Jr. so much. To a point where, like, his first year of Arlene's passing, he won't be on himself. He, until right now, his school, he has low grades in school, and we have him in a special ed program because we want him to focus on his school, and it has affected him a lot, but thankfully he comes from a family that we go hard on family celebrations. We distract him with activities. When we can, we vacation to distract, and we have a lot of family orientation and a lot of family support.
Let me ask you this. You had said that they would sleep in the same room until about 7 months ago. Where was he sleeping?
Okay, so after his passing, he would sleep in the living room. He didn't want to sleep in the bed by himself. And until barely right now, I was telling John Jordan that he has approximately 7-8 months that he barely adjusted to his bed. So he's barely sleeping in his bed, but he cannot sleep in his room without no light. He has to have a light. So we bought him a big LED light that changes colors. That way he could feel relaxed. He sleeps with rain music. I put rain music for him so he could relax. And he did some school counseling, but so far has been resistant to counseling. Yes. I'm allowed to ask you, as Arlene's mother and the mother of your family, how has the loss of Arlene, affected you and your family? Oh, none of us are the same. My husband's not the same. I'm not the same. Our mother Junior's not the same. And we've had trauma. We don't sleep well. We have had arguments between me and Armando because after all of this, we feel guilty as well. We feel guilty for going out for dinner. We feel guilty for trying to pay our bills because Armando and I. Let me ask you, is, and I'm not going to go through everything, but that night when y'all were going out, you feel somehow guilty for this about what transpired. And so, like, tell us a little bit about that. So that day, I did hair because us as hairstylists, we get busy during the holidays. So Valentine's, everybody's trying to get all dolled up for their husbands and boyfriends. So I was busy that day. Armando worked as well. But as soon as I finished, I told Arlene, let's go to Macy's. I want to see if your dad buys me something. Let's go buy him a cologne. So she's like, Mom, you know he ain't gonna buy you nothing. Why are you gonna buy him something? Girl, let's just go. Because I had bought her a breakable chocolate for her and my son. Now, I was sharing that my daughter, I was teaching her how to be strong and not to be dependent on anybody. So what would I do? On Valentine's and any special occasions, I would gift her all my love. You know, like I would make sure that she wasn't looking in the future for another man. I would make sure she wasn't looking for somebody for love. Like I wanted her to be self-independent. So by the time she grew, she wasn't so easily impressed. You know, I was teaching her that. So for Valentine's, I bought her a breakable heart for her and my son, and we did the whole Macy's thing. That's when she's like, Mom, I don't know where I do that. My dad's not gonna buy nothing. That boy stays working. I'm like, well, we'll see. So we went home. Now my son Armando brought his first 100. He said, Mom, I got 100. We're like, oh my God, we're gonna celebrate. You know, like. Then let me stop you there. And then Armando works late. Armando comes in late, right? So then Armando comes in, and then Arlene's like, my mom got you something. What'd you get her? And then he's like, oh my God. And then Arlene goes and gets the gift. What are you gonna give my mom? Mom, I told you, man, I didn't get you nothing, girl. Oh my God, I did all of that for nothing. So I was like, he's like, no. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I went to work and I gotta make it up for you. And then Armando comes, and on top of that, I got 102. And he's like, oh, well, let's celebrate the 102. Let's go, come on. And then I was like, no, I'm not hungry. I don't want to go eat. He's like, no, come on, everybody change. We're already in pajamas. He's like, let's go, come on, we gotta celebrate this. He's like, but before that, I gotta deposit this check because if not, we're gonna go negative. Like, because our bills were gonna go in. So we're like, okay.
Okay, I want to pause there to say this is the first time I've heard this story. And it's quite emotional. So, yeah.
Let's go.
So then you had a flat tire in your car.
Oh yeah, all the red flags were there. When we got in my car, level 0, slash tire. And he was like, let's go in your mom's truck. And then he's like, I know, because your mom doesn't have the car seat. Let's go in my truck. So then I was like, okay, we kept on.
So when it came to,
yeah.
you told me as far as him having to deposit money, you could have done something to get do it.
Yes, I beat myself so bad because the money that Mama had to deposit, I had that money in my bank account. But since I was so mad that he didn't give me a gift, and I feel mad because I bought him a gift, and I feel like I'm the one who pushed him to take us out for dinner. And when he had to deposit money, I was like, no, he got here late, he didn't give me nothing, so I'm not gonna give him that money. So now it was a slap in the face that all of this happened for $20 when I had more money in my bank account and I could have saved my daughter, and it was more of a big amount. So now not only do I regret giving my husband a gift, now I regret not depositing him, transferring him that money. But it's like, why should I feel this guilt if we did nothing wrong that night? That day, my mom was like, Arlene, stay home, let your parents go eat. She's like, no, I gotta go have my chicken wings. Oh my God, I love the wings from Hispanic. I want to get my salad.
And Spanky's was y'all's family.
It still is. I've been going to Spanky's since I was in 6th grade. And when Armando was my boyfriend, he would try to impress me with like his little, his favorite restaurants. I'm like, no, I got you better, man. We gotta go to Spanky's. So when I took him for the first date, he loved it. That was our family.
That was y'all's first date place?
No. That wasn't our first. No, that was it. But Arlene grew up there. Armando Jr. grew up there. When I was pregnant with Armando Jr., my favorite was fried mushrooms.
And so the last thing I'll ask you, we know around this time you all are building your own house. And Arlene got to design her own room.
Oh, yes.
And did y'all end up still completing that room? Like,
so I was sharing that me and Armando, we bought our first home when we were 21. And I was sharing that, I don't know if I have a different mentality, but I was like, we were already living around, we had around 5 years living in the house, and I had to Armando, you know what, I don't want to be slaved up in the system. He's like, what are you talking about? I was like, I don't want to be young and in debt. Like, let's sell the house, and whatever we profit, let's buy a house cash, you know? That way, if we have the rest of our debts, which is our big, because at the time,
but then
we're paid off, right?
fast forward, which you ended up doing during that time with your living with your folks.
So yes,
Design the house.
I just want to explain stuff a little bit. That way they don't feel like we were living with my parents, you know? So we bought off a property, we demoed the house, and that's how we bought that house with the amount of money that we profited from our first house. And that's whenever we included Arlene and we did our design of our house, because that was the plan. And we would go clean up our land and everything, because that was our dream. So that's why we were staying with my parents at the time, because my parents were like, why am I gonna spend more money? Y'all just stay here, whatever y'all have to continue on building the house. Instead of spending more money, y'all could just go ahead and save the money and stay with us. So that's the reason why we were staying with my parents at the time, because we were under construction.
So how was the room designed? The one for
Arlene wanted her own shower, her own vanity. And when her baby passed away, I didn't want to move on forward, because I wanted to finish the property with her because, man, she was really good at cutting yard. She would get on the tractor and she would cut the yard. Man, she was real good at it because even I tried it myself and I'm like, man, this girl was she was really good at even cutting the yard. Like, because my husband, I know y'all met him, but he always, I'm not trying to talk good about him, but he always like everything right. So when she would try to cut the yard, he was like, you gotta go back and follow the line. So she got really good at that. So to me, I didn't want to move on forward with the house because I wanted to finish it with her. But as an honor of love to her, I told my husband, no, you know what, let's move on forward. Let's finish this house for Arlene and for her brother and her sisters. I mean, her brothers and her sister, you know, like, because they deserve it. And we learned that leaving everything for tomorrow, you just never know when there's not going to be no tomorrow.
She had a big personality.
She did.
Ooh. Defense needs to be extremely gentle with her. She has a lot of survivor's guilt, in my opinion, as I see. Her memories are beautiful of her child and very touching. But the survivor's guilt, knowing here she's talking about she should have done this, should have done that, could have done this. And again, like Lois said, the what ifs. That's a horrible, horrible cycle to get in your mind and to have to deal with. So, yeah. And I'm with Cindy. It's a horrible moment, but I love fried mushrooms and I love fried zucchini. Those are two of my, I actually have some in the freezer for emergencies when I have that craving. Okay, defense, please be nice to this lady. I hope like I said, I don't watch these in advance, so.
We don't have any questions, Ron.
No questions. Okay, good. Okay, so then they go to a break. Okay, and this is what we're going to get to. They go to a break and directly Tony Earls takes the stand. Okay. You like fried okra too? Yeah, I love fried okra. I love fried vegetables, fried tomatoes, all that fried stuff. You know what? Just because we're talking about food and I miss my Hio, we're going to go for a ride. Ready? Just that one extra time for good measure. Okay, so now we're on to Tony. I do not know what this man says. I want to hear his explanation. Look, all y'all, fried green tomatoes, fried okra, yes, fried zucchini squash, fried mush, fried pickles. Oh man, there used to be a restaurant I go to and I would get just the fried mushrooms, fried zucchini, and fried pickles. That's all I get, just the appetizer. I was happy. That's all I needed. All I needed. Okay, everybody take a deep breath because I'm going to try to keep my cool with this. Your daughter is in Italy for 3 months? Oh, how fabulous. That has got to be fun. Okay, squirrel moment. Back to court. I'm going to try and keep my cool and I'm going to try to keep my comments to a minimum, but y'all know me. I fire off at the mouth a lot of times. So, okay, here we go. Tony Earls. Let me type it up. Tony Earls is the witness on the stand. So here we go.
So do yourself a favor, keep your chair open and then we'll take a look. And so what I always tell the jury also is that in any trial, if the defendant testifies, whatever it is, I always have someone say, or if not, someone has to stand. Do you want me to say something or not? I literally, I tell them in every single trial I have, if the defendant takes a stand, I always have someone. I'll just leave it alone, right? I'll leave it alone. That doesn't make sense. But I mean,
yeah, I mean, we'll make a request. I probably have to make a request.
Okay, so gentlemen, I need something on the record. Go ahead, Mr. Rodriguez.
Judge, you're calling Mr. Earls next. The court's policy is to have, the court's policy is to have a deputy standing by, and no other witnesses had a deputy.
I'm gonna boost the sound because y'all know this deaf old lady. I gotta have a little bit extra volume to this stuff.
Standing by, we believe that's against so we object to that standing by.
So a couple of things of note. So Mr. Earls has shackles on his feet. So what the court has done is it's placed a large trash bin to block that. So Mr. Earls, when the jury comes in, we don't stand or not stand. So he sits there. I've done this with so many trials that I can't count how many there have been issued. Now, my understanding is this is the sheriff's department's policy that someone stand. Yes, sir. So that's the sheriff's department policy. Just to have someone stand near the area. So we can have that deputy stand over there. Now, what I've done is I've told juries before, it's like when any defendant, whatever case it is, testifies, it's the sheriff's department's policy.
That is their sound, and I hope it clears up because that is annoying as hell in my ear. So they're discussing the fact that he's on the stand and whether he's going to stand or not. He's got shackles on his feet. They put a trash can in front of it so the jury can't see the shackles on his feet. This is ridiculous.
To have someone standing there, make no inferences of anything whatsoever, that's never been an issue. And I don't even know how many cases
That's fine. We, I guess, first thing I'll say is we object to that for the record. We object to the deputy statement. Secondly, we would request that instruction if my objection.
It's going to be overruled because it is a security issue and I'm going to have them by their protocols. So let's get the jury back.
Why don't they just shackle him to the chair?
We don't do that. That's a security issue.
Did you hear that? Why don't they just shackle him to the chair? Sir, you can't just shackle people to chairs. There's rules in place.
The sheriff's department.
Okay, so instead, yes, okay, we're gonna make a request that the sheriff's department, for security purposes, if they feel like he could possibly get up and run, then we would request that he be shackled to the chair, which I believe is permanently.
It's not. It's a rule of chair.
Okay. Okay, or they could shackle him to something behind, outside the jury's view, so that it's not even a possibility as opposed to having him. But the record has to clearly that Mr. Earls is on the stand about the testimony, and that he's going to have an armed sheriff's deputy standing next to him within about 3 or 4 feet. I want to be accurate. I don't want to. Thank you. Okay, within
6 feet.
6 feet. 6 feet. Okay, which is right in front of the jury during the entire testimony. Thank you, Judge.
No problem. And just for the record, there is nothing shackled to other than a movable chair. And it's the, I believe I was told it's their protocol to have someone standing there. And so my instruction to the jury will be the similar instruction I've given to many juries that with any single case that I tried, if the defendant takes a stand, Sheriff's Department's policy is to have a deputy in the area and to make no inference or any impressions from the deputy being there. So let's get the jury, please.
Zoom in.
And before I start, just an announcement. Obviously, you see a deputy in the corner. In any kind of felony case that we try, there's always a deputy in the corner. It's very standard. Please make no inference, assumptions, or anything of that nature. It's their policy. It's not to prejudice Mr. Earls at all. Okay? You may proceed. Please.
Thank you, Judge. Please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Tony Earls Jr.
Mr. Earls, where are you from?
Southeast Houston, Texas.
Tell us a little bit about where you grew up.
I grew up on the southeast side for like my elementary days. And then my mom moved us to A-Leaf.
Why did she move y'all to A-Leaf?
She wanted us to have a better schooling, a better community, like away from the things that was occurring in South Houston.
What kind of things were occurring in South?
Stop. Oh my God, y'all. Whew. Whew. Let me tell y'all, this is originally we lived in South Houston. The crime rate and everything was so bad there that when I started school, now we're talking in the 70s, relevance, it's a lot of relevance right now. It's a lot of relevance. I'm just telling you from personal. Originally, we lived in South Houston. When I started school, because of the crime rate and the influx in horrible things that were happening in that part of Houston, we moved to the southwest side, which is now known as Sugarland, to get away from the crime rate, which Sugarland and A-Leaf are next door neighbors. Okay. They are, I could throw a rock from here to the street and hit A-Leaf from my house. That was the county line for our school district line. A-Leaf was on one side and Fort Bend was on the other, which was where Sugarland is. So I totally understand the parents moving you away due to the crime in the city, because that's exactly what my parents did when I was a child. So I totally feel that part of his conversation. I'm just saying, not that doesn't negate anything he did, but listening to just this beginning of his story, talking about his parents moved and all that, I get it. The crime rate was really, really bad.
Like violence, like a lot of violence. Like,
So when you went to A-Leaf, how did that turn out?
Actually, it was a little bit worse than living in South Houston.
Where'd you go to high school?
I went to Elsick.
Elsick.
In A-Leaf.
Did you graduate?
No, I didn't.
Did you tell us a little bit about, we're going to go to different categories, but just so the jury knows a little bit about you. Let's talk a little bit about your family life. Both parents in your life?
Yes.
You have a good relationship with them?
Yes.
Do you have any children?
Yes.
How many?
I have 6 daughters.
Can you give us their names?
It's kind of difficult for me to tell you guys my daughter's name because of the safety that I'm a protector. So for me to just give my daughter's name for them to be looked up, I really don't find it uncomfortable.
That's fair. And I retract that question. I didn't give that consideration. You have 6 daughters. Can you tell us their age ranges?
From 27 to like 8, 9.
Okay.
Could you also do me a favor, student somewhere, speak up a little louder, okay?
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Do you have any grandchildren?
Yes.
How many?
1.
How old is your grandchild?
I think she's probably like 5.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, sir, you're guilty. They're going to find out. I'm sure it's all over social media who your children are. So I don't really think that it really makes that much difference. Hello, wings and mambo sauce. I will tell you, wings and mambo sauce. If you scroll up just a bit, there is a link. We are in the Rubber Ramada room if you care to chat with the rest of the people in chat, because we have lots of other people in here, but you're in the crime time room and we're all in Rubber Ramada. But thank you for being here. He and 6 daughters, people, they're going to find out. It's a given. They're going to find out exactly who he is, who his children are, and all that.
When were you arrested on this for this case? It was in May of 2023 or 2024?
Yes, I was booked in May of 24 years.
Okay, and have you been in custody since then?
Yes.
Before you were booked in May of 2024, what kind of things did you do for work to make a living?
I really considered as a building service maintenance, but due to certain circumstances, had me venture into my own business, like an independent contractor. Like I do fence work, I do landscaping, I do.
He's a jack of all trades. He doesn't have a real job, and he just does whatever pays him money, in my opinion.
Pressure washing.
Okay. Let's go back a little bit. I want to ask you this. Have you, before this incident, we're going to get into this incident, but before this incident, Have you ever been the victim of an aggravated robbery?
Yes.
How many times?
So like several times, maybe like 3 times.
Okay. Tell the jury a little bit about some of your experiences there.
The first time that it ever happened to me, I was very afraid. I was shocked. I thought that would never ever happen to me.
What was taken from you?
I would just had my mom couldn't afford to give me some Jordans, so I had saved my money to buy my own pair of Jordans, and that I took along with my little brother's bicycle, and I had some earrings. Like I got both of my ears pierced, so I had some like nugget earrings, and they took it with gunpoint. So
when would this have been? Like how old would you have been roughly?
Maybe like 17.
And did you have any? Did you experience any robberies other than that one?
Yes.
Tell the jury about those robberies.
One robbery I can remember is I do music as well. So me and my friend.
Music. I told you, jack of all trades.
At a show, and he didn't get a chance to drop me off at my doorstep. He dropped me off in front of the apartments, and as I was walking through the apartments, like 5 people jumped out, and they all had guns, and I was wearing like a red shirt, and they was like, "Are you a blood? Are you a blood? Are you gonna die?" And I'm like, "No, I'm not a blood."
Real quick, Fanny, love, we are in the Rubber Ramada room. If you scroll up just a little bit or click the pinned message at the top, you'll be able to chat with all the other chatters. We are transferring over and we are streaming in the Rubber Ramada room today, and we would love to have you. So come on over and join us. And for all those who haven't subbed up, please sub up to Rubber Ramada channel and hit that notification bell, because I will be doing more lives over here. Thank you.
Are you a gang member?
No, sir.
Have you ever been a gang member?
No, sir.
All right.
And when he kept asking me, "Am I a blood?" I was confused. Like I was trying to diffuse the situation as much as possible by offering the money that I had in my pocket, my cell phone. They took it, but he was so consistent on me being in some kind of gang. And I'm like, I have on blue boxers. So, and one guy was like, "Oh, we know him." And I'm like, "Yes, like it's my brother. Like y'all know me," but they still robbed me anyway.
Okay, and then any other robberies that you've experienced other than the one that this whole case is about?
Yes, I had someone shooting at us from like the cars was scratching, like, and guns was like pow pow pow, and they.
Sir, because I can clown on you because you are convicted, I'm fixing to clown on you. Y'all want to hear that again? How did that incident go?
Someone shooting at us from like the cars was scratching, like, and guns was like pow pow pow, and they didn't really rob us, but we was like hanging out. My mom in the apartment complex, she like had the corner apartment like from the sidewalk, so everybody would come and hang out like right there, and the car thought we was doing something that we.
Was this like a drive-by?
Something like a drive-by.
Okay. At some point, did you? Obviously, you're a gun owner. At what point did you decide to start buying guns?
I came to the conclusion like everybody is having guns, so I'm like, I need to get me a gun for protection as well.
When did you first get a gun for protection?
My first gun wasn't a handgun. It was a shotgun.
And did you use that?
Why? I'm sorry. I have a question. Why would you get a shotgun for a protection and not a handgun? That doesn't make that's not even good sense. I mean, how are you going to carry that around, sir?
For home protection?
It was for home protection, and I learned that in Texas that you could be able to ride with it in the back of your vehicle. So that was like I never had to use it. I never had to pull it out. I never.
Okay, here's why. Here exactly in Texas, you can ride around with a shotgun in your vehicle as long as it's not loaded. I mean, we ride around with them in the back rack window all the time, and as long as it's not loaded, it's legal in Texas. Okay, makes sense. And back a few years back, before the laws changed, you had to have a license in order to carry a gun, period. So a handgun, that is. Okay. No, it's making
But I
sense.
did have one though.
Have you, at the time of this incident back in February of 2022, what part of town were you living in?
Southeast.
Okay, and is it safe to say it's a high crime area?
Yes.
So why were you carrying guns with you around that time period?
For safety. My wife, she is a licensed gun holder as well. So, we have guns around. So
did you ever get licensed?
I was in the process of getting them, but then the law had passed for September the 1st. Well, you didn't have to have them to be a gun.
I have to say, y'all, I don't know if y'all notice this or not, and I don't know if it's just because I'm right on the screen and I can see it, but he is trembling. He is shaking so bad while he is sitting there. He is trembling. I'm not kidding. I thought my screen was flickering because of his shirt. I kept seeing his shirt moving. I thought it was my screen, but it is him. He is trembling.
Passed for September the 1st. Well, you didn't have to have them to be a gun owner. So it was around the same time that I was trying to get it. So I didn't never finish pursuing it.
And is that, if I'm understanding you correctly, the only reason you didn't finish that up is because there wasn't really a need for it anymore at that point?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Earls, let's go back to February of 2022, Valentine's Day. I know it's a day that you remember. Let's kind of start at the beginning. Have you been working that day?
Yes.
Okay. Have your wife been working that day?
Yes.
What time did y'all get off work each of you?
I got off. I finished my job roughly around like 5 o'clock in the evening. So I went to the store until I got a call from my wife to let me know that she was off and that she was locked up the building safely. I normally go to her job and sit and wait for her so she could be safe because she a hairstylist. She get off late at night and she has.
Does anybody else find it weird that his wife is a hairstylist and Wendy Alvarez is also a hairstylist?
Large amounts of cash on her presence.
Did that ever concern you?
Yes.
That's a weird coincidence.
Because people in the neighborhood tend to stalk and as prey, like you'll never know that they're watching you until the last minute because it be guys sitting there where her job located.
This
is
true.
It's a bus stop right in front of her. You might think that people might be catching the bus, but they never get on the bus. They just sit at the bus stop. So
waiting for targets?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
All right. So
yes, it's very, very, very common in Houston. I don't want to tell about my incidents, but owning a business and going and taking a large amount of cash from your business to the bank in Houston is a very scary deal. And yes, I carried during that time because even though my office was 2 miles from my bank, I never went alone. My head was always on a swivel. It is a very, very scary thing to take any large amount of cash to a bank because they stalk you out. They do. And it's scary.
So you're waiting for your wife. Take us from there.
So, like I said, I was at the store because that's my other little means of getting extra money.
So we talk about store. Is that the same store that we heard about earlier today?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead. So you were working that day?
Yes, sir.
What were you doing?
Like stocking the beer, putting ice on the cooler, like getting trash.
So whatever was needed?
Yes, sir.
All right, I got you. All right, so you get off. What time does your wife get off?
Probably like about 8:30, like 8:45 somewhere in there.
Did y'all have plans that night?
Not really. I had called her and I was like, because her daughter and her mother, they like strawberry, like things, like anything strawberry, they love it. So I had hey, I got some strawberry cupcakes. And I told her, like, oh, I got some strawberry cupcakes. And she's like, okay, I'm on my way to come and get you. I'm like, okay. So she pulls up. She asks me, have I ate? And I'm like, no, I haven't. So she was like, you want to get something? I'm like, sure. So we stopped by a seafood place. But before we stopped by the seafood place.
That's an Erica.
Question answer, please.
Yes, sir. All right, so y'all want to get something to eat. Mr. Earls, let me kind of, so we can do this the way the rules work. Let me kind of ask you questions and then you answer the question, otherwise the objection was called there. So, so y'all wanted to get seafood, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. What did you do next?
Before we went to stop to get seafood, we had stopped at CVS.
Why?
To get the grandbaby some gas medicine.
Grandbaby was feeling a little ill?
Yeah.
Okay. So you got the gas medicine for the grandbaby?
Yes.
Do you help watch the grandbaby?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So after that, what did you do next? What did y'all do next?
The place was closed. The seafood place that my wife wanted to eat.
Where was it y'all wanted to eat?
It was off of OST.
You remember what it's called?
I think it was called the Crab Seafood or some place like that. The building name always changes, so I'm not too for sure.
That's fine. So the crab place you wanted to go to was closed. All right. Take us from there. What happens next?
So she suggested, like, she really wanted seafood, so she like, just go to HEB. And I was like, that's gonna be time consuming. So I'm like, let's just get something else. What about Wingstop? She was like, yeah, that's we can do that.
Did y'all go to Wingstop?
We never made it to Wingstop.
Why?
Because I be trying to tell my wife not to go to the bank at nighttime.
Why's that?
Because it's very unsafe. So I was in the passenger seat. I normally be the driver when it's me and my wife. I normally be the one driving. So I'm ordering the food on the phone. So when I look over to ask her what it is, I realized that she was turned into Chase Bank. First thing
at that point.
Why are we putting up at Chase Bank?
What did she tell you?
She had to make a deposit.
Okay. So what happened next?
She pulled up at the ATM machine, and she was she had, I don't know exactly how much money it was, but it was a lot of money, and she had a check as well. So she put the money in the machine, but she didn't put the check in the machine. So my first response was, you know that you could have put both in at the same time. She said she didn't know that.
What happened next?
So I continued to finish ordering the food. Like it's okay. So I already know what she wanted. So I was just trying to verify that I have the correct meal.
This is while she's putting the money in the ATM?
Yes.
What happened after that?
I look over at her. She looking at me kind of in like a shocked face. So by the time I got to ask her what's wrong, Robert came out of nowhere and was like, give me the money, give me the money.
Okay, so let's talk about that. So Robert came out of nowhere. What
That doesn't make sense.
What was the first thing you noticed about the robber?
His gun.
Where was it pointed?
My wife.
How did that make you feel?
Like, try to diffuse the situation as much as possible.
How so?
By giving him everything that he was asking for.
Okay. Now you had your gun with you. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Why did you not take out the gun at that point?
I didn't have an opportunity. My wife's life was in danger as well as mine. It just wasn't like diffuse the situation. Like, please just go.
What happened next?
Well, we gave him the things that he was asking for. And he kept asking for money. But my wife kept saying she put in the ATM machine. So he was looking at the billfold that was sitting on a console on a stick shift. So I grabbed him and said, "This what you want?" He snatched it.
What happened after that?
He asked for the keys. My wife was panicking. She was so hysterical. Like, she was like, "No, I have no keys."
What's going through your mind while that's going on?
Please just give him the keys. Stop yelling and just comply. That's what was going on. So she gave him the keys. From my seat, I couldn't really see if she gave it to him or however. Like, I watched the video over and over, and it's different. No, but
Let me ask you about that. I mean, you've been sitting through this whole trial. You've been seeing the videos. Is what you see in video a little bit different from the way you remembered it happening?
yes,
Are you open to the fact the way you remember it happening you may be mistaken about certain details?
yes,
So with the keys, did you have concerns when those keys were taken?
yes.
What were your concerns?
That we won't be able to drive the car if it cut off. We won't be able to cut it back on.
Did you feel like you had to get the keys?
Yes.
So what did you do?
After the robber left, I told my wife I gotta get the keys, and she was like, "I'm like, you okay?" She like, "Yes." So I was getting the keys. I opened the door to get the keys.
So let me ask you this. This is a question everyone in here has got on their mind. When you got out of the car, Tony, what was going through your mind when you started firing that gun?
I have no idea. Like, to be totally honest, I don't even have not one clue.
That's not
Do
the
you-
answer.
You sitting here right now even remember running up in that grass like the video shows?
I remember running like this is after I shot the first couple shots. I didn't see the robber run past the car. I didn't see. All I saw was the headlights approach. The headlights like do this one, like dip in, and then and
Did you
Stop
have any
making
opinion
noises.
about whether that truck was associated with the robber?
yes,
What did you think?
I thought he was running because he was running away and he was saying, "I got it." So I thought he was going to get in the black truck.
Do you remember firing at the truck when you were standing in the grass?
Yes,
What was going through your mind when you were doing that?
I was like, "Oh shit, they's gonna shoot," and me and my wife is gonna be on his way. So I just started shooting at the truck, trying to prevent shots fired to me. But
Was it kind of a shoot first before you get shot kind of deal?
yes,
After you're in that grassy area, you all saw in the video, you got back in the truck, got back out. We've seen that a lot. Do you have an independent memory of that?
I remember after the truck passed by, I remember looking down the street to make sure that the truck was gone.
What did you see?
The truck was speeding down the street.
Okay.
So
What'd you do then?
So then I went to get back in the car to get my wife out of danger. Like I was like, let's get out of here. So as we was exiting the parking lot,
What'd you see?
she was like, "Oh, the truck is backing up." I'm like, "No." She's like, "Yes." So then when I looked, I'm like, "It is." So then that's when I
Hold on, let me ask you. What did you see? Did you see the truck stop backing up?
backing up.
Okay. What was going through your mind when you saw that?
Oh shit, they about to kill us.
Okay.
So I shot so we could go.
All right. What did y'all do after you were leaving?
Well, while we was leaving, while I had shot out the car, my wife had called the police. So the dispatch lady was on the radio because we don't really listen to the radio. Like we really like church people. So if it's not like church music or someone preaching the word, we're not listening to the radio.
Okay, but you're listening. It sounds like what? The Bluetooth is on, so you're listening to 911.
Yeah.
Okay. We've heard the 911 call. But at this point, do you have any idea that there was a family inside that truck?
No.
So where do y'all go?
We go to MLK to the address that was given on the 911 tape. We went to that address first.
What was your plan when you went there?
My wife wanted to make sure that because we felt like the truck was following us, we didn't know the truck was like at a stop.
You don't need to ask the obvious. I'll ask you anyway. Were you scared?
Yes.
All right. So y'all eventually get to your location. Where was that? I don't need the address. Just like who's was it your house? Someone else's house?
My wife's. Mother's house.
Okay. And you wait for the police there?
Yes.
What do you do with the gun?
I cleared it. I took the clip out. I took the bullet out, and I set it away from me.
Why did you do that?
For safety issues. I didn't want it to be loaded.
Were you expecting the police?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was it your idea to cooperate or not cooperate with the police?
To fully cooperate. Because
And at this point, you are looking at this as though you're the victim, right?
Yes.
Okay. So the police arrive. You show them where the firearm is.
Yes.
Okay. And then did they want a statement from you?
Yes, they secured the weapon, and then they put brown bags on both our hands, and I kept telling them that it's just my hands that need to be in brown bags because I was the one shooting. I was trying to protect my wife from going through that type of situation. So I'm like, she don't need no brown bags on. So
Okay. Did they take you downtown?
Yes.
All right. Did detectives talk to you?
Yes.
And did you give them a full statement?
Yes.
And when they talked to you, I mean, they told you you had a right to be silent, you had a right to a lawyer and all of that, didn't they?
Yes.
And you told them that's fine, that's how it's talking, right?
Yes.
All right. At the time that you're talking to them, did you realize that there was a family in the car at the beginning of that conversation?
No, sir.
At some point, did they let you know that?
Yes.
How did that make you feel when you learned that?
Very sad.
I will pause here to say I'm sure he does feel bad and he does have guilty feelings for what he's done. It's still a crime. There's still consequences. You can't shoot all willy-nilly anywhere. There are responsibilities and there are consequences to your actions. So with those tears, suck it up, Buttercup. You caused this.
Mr. Earls, this is another obvious question I have to ask you. You didn't know there was a family in that car, right?
No, sir.
And if you had this to do all over again, would you have gotten out of that car and shoot?
No, sir.
All right, let's move forward. Today, I'm going to shift gears. We're going to go to kind of a different place now. Today, the prosecutors played some videos of some incidents you had with the stepson. You saw that, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. So let's chat about that. So we can address that. We're almost done. So, what's your stepson's name?
But they call him Knowledge.
How long have you known Knowledge?
Okay. We're going to back up over here and I'm going to show y'all this video. I have not watched it. I do know that it was.
So whose phone are we looking at right now?
This is a incident that they played earlier in the day that was some video footage. So we're going to watch it. I haven't watched this either. I just knew that it was there. I didn't know he was going to talk about it, but since I do know about it, I'm going to play it.
My phone.
Okay. And I'm going to zoom in just a little bit here. But before I do, this is on March 28th, 2023.
Correct.
Was this before or after the fight or assault that you saw?
Before.
Okay. So this is the night before?
Correct.
Who's in the white over here?
Stepson, Knowledge.
Who is in the red over here?
Mr. Tony.
So evidently they're showing that he has had altercations before and that he is not
as well mannered as he
What do
claims
we
to be.
see in his hand right here on the left?
A gun.
Oh, really? Sir, he was over there waving a gun. Okay, this makes you take a
On
different
any given
perspective,
regular
doesn't it?
night, is that about how many people would be outside hanging out?
Yes. I mean, like, sometimes, like, some guys that they hanging out.
Okay, then something happens because they go into video from inside the store. Come on, screen.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit number 184. We see signs here. Do you see those signs?
Yes.
Are those signs you guys put up?
Correct.
Why?
That TABC required that.
And it says no firearms on the premises?
Correct.
What do you sell that makes TABC put that
Alcohol.
sign?
Alcohol.
Let me help you.
State's Exhibit number 185. In the very top here, is that the camera angle we just watched?
Correct.
And this is all what we watched in that video happening right outside your store?
Yes.
Okay, and then there's video that's inside the store. Here we go. And see, it's horrible to be a store owner and have to deal with this kind of stuff. I mean, this man's just trying to make a living, owning a store, doing his thing. And here he has to set up all these cameras for security because these idiots out there doing this kind of stuff.
I want to show you the video.
Somebody sneezes and the closed caption says music. Okay, bless you, sir.
The day that you were there, the very next day, March 29th.
Yes.
Who do we see here wearing red?
Knowledge. Stepson.
You earlier told us when he walks in the store, what does he do?
He just like want to purchase something.
Who do we see here in the yellow and the blue?
Mr. Tony.
And this is the day after he's outside with the gun.
Correct.
You are actually behind the glass right now.
Correct.
In the bottom left here, who do we see wearing a red hat?
Knowledge.
No, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The red hat.
Yes. The red hat.
Yeah.
Me.
Okay. Behind the counter?
Correct.
Whoa! Whoa! This is the stepson! Excuse me? What the? What is happening? Holy. I'm sorry, excuse me? Out of no reason, he just attacked him. He just ran. Y'all, I'm gonna rewind that because he just ran up on it for no reason. Watch, he just comes up on him and just starts wailing on him. This is his stepson? Excuse me? Why are these other guys just standing around and not breaking this shit up? This is what makes me so angry. So angry. Two guys just standing there watching this shit happen.
Who do we see wearing the red hat and the gray
Unacceptable.
right there?
Me.
What are you doing?
Try to break in.
To break it up?
Correct.
It took the guy from behind the counter to come around and stop that shit while other guys are just standing around watching. Unacceptable. His Tony's stepson. Knowledge. I think is what they're saying. They called him Knowledge. His name is Knowledge. It's Tony's stepson. Shit, my doctor's calling. I have to answer this.
Who do we see that's sitting over here on the ice chest now?
Mr. Tony.
I'm going to publish it one more time. This happens pretty quick. So, Mr. Durali, let me ask you this. When a fight like this happens at the store, how come you don't just kick people out?
I tried.
Describe to us when you're interacting with customers and the community.
Since he was 14? Did he have, was his dad in his life?
No, sir.
Did you kind of fill that role?
Yes.
As, how old was he when this incident happened, give or take?
He was like 24, 25.
And y'all, did your relationship start to get a little more tense during that period?
Yes.
Did you have concerns that he may have been going down a path that wasn't the best path?
Yes.
Did that lead to tension?
Yes.
Right, so describe to the jury kind of how, let's start with that first incident, the one at night when you're sitting on the truck. Describe to the jury what happened, let them know.
Before, and I just was walking up, a guy had told me that another young guy had pulled a gun out and was threatening to shoot Knowledge.
Okay.
So when the guy told me, I didn't pay no attention because I don't like he say, she say.
Okay.
So then the store owner, not the one that was up here, not Ali, but Rashid, he was like, you don't know what happened? I was like, nah, I don't know. And then he showed me the camera on his phone. So I sat and watched the camera, and I see the young boy pull out his gun, and he cocked it.
Hold on, just so we're clear. Someone had pointed a gun at Knowledge, right?
Not pointed it at him.
Okay.
They was waiting for him to come out the store.
Okay.
So the guy that was outside the store seen him pull out the gun. So the guy outside the store pulled out his gun. And
all right, hold on, because this has potential to get confusing. This is not that night. You're giving us the precursor, right?
No, it was earlier that day.
Earlier that day. Okay. So is it fair to say you were concerned that
Objection, lead.
That's fine. I was trying to see it. So when you saw on a video this other person cocking a gun, tell us what else you saw.
He made him leave. The other guy that was out, he made the young guy leave. He said that he asked him who that's for, and he said it's not for you, school, it's for the dude in the store. So the guy looked back in the store and seen that it was my stepson. So he said, oh no, you gotta leave. So he made him leave. So when I seen it on video, my instinct was to call someone for Knowledge to be safe, because I didn't want to just not say nothing and something was to happen. I didn't want to sit right with me.
Okay.
So then I called his uncle first. His uncle brushed it off like it was no big deal. I tried to let it pass, but my heart still was like, that's not enough. Call his mom and tell his mom. So I called his mom and told his mom that it wasn't a he say, she say. I actually saw a video of it. So then she called him, they talked, and then that's when y'all.
So he was upset that you called his mother.
Yes.
Who was your wife?
Yes.
Okay. And is that kind of what led to this whole thing?
Yes.
All right. So tell us about, we saw that video. Tell us about what happened there.
Okay. He comes first before he walked down the sidewalk. The guy that's standing in the black next to me, he said, hey man, here come your stepson, here come Knowledge right now. So I looked down, I said, okay. So now Knowledge approaches, and the first thing he say is, bitch ass nigga, why you call my mama? No, he's asked me, did you call my mama? So then I looked at him like, yeah, I did call your mama. And he was like, I bet you're not gonna do that no more. Then he dug in his pocket. So I'm sitting there.
What were you thinking when he dug in his pocket?
Like, why are you digging in your pocket? And then that's when my protection instincts like kicked in. And I'm like, I know he don't have a gun in his pocket. So that's what I was thinking. So then I got off the car and then I pulled out my gun from my waistband. And when I did it, he froze. He like paused. So then when he paused, I said, man, that's how people get killed doing stupid shit like that. I said, man, go put it up. And then I walked in the store to go put my gun away. And Rashid was like, what's going on? And I'm like, he come down here.
Okay, so let me ask you this. This is another question that's going to be on everyone's mind. You need an answer. Okay. This happens in 2023. You had a bad incident with you and a gun back in 2022. Why are you still carrying a gun?
For safety.
And is the area where you work and live an area where there's still a lot of crime?
Yes.
All right, so then take us to that next day. Looks like there's some kind of a tussle in the convenience store. What happens there?
Well, like Ali said, he didn't mention that I just filled up the ice cooler with the ice, but I had made some coffee. And the guy that was in like the tan hoodie, he was waiting on me so we could go outside and talk and stuff and drink the coffee. And Knowledge came in, and when he came in, he was talking like smack, like Man, a real nigga in here, let a real nigga get a cigar, let a real nigga get a black mile.
Okay, so now, sorry, I had to step away for a second to take that phone call. That was my doctor's office, the call that I've been waiting for about my Rinvoq. So now he is explaining what that video we watched was. I'm going to back it up just a little second.
In the convenience store, what happens there?
Well, like Ali said, he didn't mention that I just filled up the ice cooler with the ice, but I had made some coffee. And the guy that was in like the tan hoodie, he was waiting on me so we could go outside and talk and stuff and drink the coffee. And Navish came in, and when he came in, he was talking like smack, like, man, a real nigga in here, let a real nigga get a cigar, let a real nigga get a black mile, like, all that. So the dude in the tan shirt, he looked at me because he was outside the day before. So he looked at me, and I was shaking my head like, don't pay him no mind, we just to go. So then when I walked past him, he kept saying, bitch ass nigga, you a bitch ass nigga. So then when I turned around and say, nah, you a bitch ass nigga, that's when he hit me, and he tried to pull out a gun. And
that's where the fighting started, and we saw the fight. So after all that, have you had, and don't go into details of what conversations are, but if you, since that incident, have you been able to talk to Knowledge again?
Yes.
All right. Have y'all decided just to bury the hatchet?
Yes.
Judge, can you give me one moment?
Yes, sir.
All right, so Mr. Earls, oh, yeah, that first video that we saw during the evening, the one where they were charging you with having a gun. Did Knowledge come in that store after you had already gone in?
Yes.
Did y'all have any other issues that evening?
No, I just kept telling them to go put their gun back up.
Okay. All right. So now, during the lunch break, you and me had a chance to talk, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you made a request, didn't you?
Yes.
What was that?
To speak to the Alvarez family.
What did you want to tell them?
After 3.5 years, I never had a chance to ask them for forgiveness. I pray and I ask God for forgiveness all the time. And I can't get past me not asking them to forgive me for my mistakes that I made that night, my decisions that I made. I just want to ask them, can they find it deep in their heart to forgive me for my actions?
Mr. Earls, how do you feel about the fact that you took the life of a 9-year-old girl?
I can't sleep at night. I beat myself up.
Pass the witness, Judge.
That was not my tummy growling. That's Lola down here growling. I promise y'all. It's not my tummy growling. It is very heartbreaking, Cindy. I mean, it's very emotional, and I find, I'm sure he feels bad. But again, like I said, it doesn't negate the fact that he took an innocent life. I'm sure he feels bad. But you can't willy-nilly go shooting guns. Doesn't matter what town you're in, Houston or New York, doesn't matter. All the way to California, doesn't matter.
You ready, Chuck? Or you need a couple minutes? Okay. So I have to ask you, sir, like, just let's talk about February 14, 2022, okay?
Yes.
Now, the first thing you said on the 911, and you've always said, is
the robber was shooting at me, so I had to shoot back. That's not true, correct?
No, that is true. He did shoot, but not when I exited out the vehicle. It wasn't, he didn't shoot then, but he did shoot.
Okay, what you said is, first of all, that you had to shoot back because he shot at you first. That wasn't true, correct?
Correct.
And in fact,
Okay, we're coming out with corrections now. Oh.
as soon as you got out of the car, you started shooting at his back, right?
It's on video. Yes.
Yes. And what he had taken was your wife's wallet, 20 credit cards, and $20, according to your wife. Is that true?
Yes.
So at that moment, you were going to kill somebody for a wallet, 20 credit cards, and $20. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And at that point, and it's understandable because you've just seen your wife be robbed and you were robbed, you were angry. Is that accurate?
I wouldn't say angry. I was more scared.
You could have stayed in that car, right?
I had to get the keys out the car.
Well, that's the thing, is you had said at the time you thought he had thrown the keys to the front of the car. So you said immediately that night, he had thrown the keys to the front of the car, right?
Yes.
And when we look at the video, you don't get out to go to the front of the car to look for the keys, right?
Yes.
In fact, you don't even try and get the keys until after your wife tries to drive off after you've already fired all of your bullets except one, right?
Yes.
So that really wasn't accurate that you got out to get your keys. You got out because you were angry. You at least admit that.
No, it's not true.
All right. Let's talk a little bit about guns. So,
Okay, I have something to say about that. He got out and started firing right away before he even went around to get the keys. So I beg to differ with his statement. I think the prosecutor is correct on that.
when did you get your first handgun?
Maybe like 2017.
Okay. And so how many handguns? So 2017, how old were you?
Like 37. I'm 45 years old.
You're 45 now?
Yes, I'm 45 right now.
And so in 2017, you got your first handgun?
Yes.
Okay. Now fast forward to 2022, how many handguns have you had?
Maybe 3.
3? Okay. Did you ever take a course? Because you had said that you were trying to get your license. Did you ever take a
Yes.
course?
Yes.
And did they teach you gun safety?
Yes.
And in that course, they always say you have to respect guns, right?
Yes.
And in fact, you should never pull the trigger unless you're ready to kill somebody, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, they taught you how to hold a gun, right?
Yes.
They taught you to hold it with 2 hands, right?
Yes.
So that it doesn't go all over the place, right?
Correct.
Because actually, if you fire a gun with 1 hand, it's pretty reckless, right?
I wouldn't just say that when I feel like bullets is flying at you, you can't really go through protocol like.
That's why my question is, it's more dangerous to fire a weapon with 1 hand than 2, correct?
Correct.
Because I'll come back to it in a second, but in that video with your stepson, you have the gun in 1 hand, right?
Yes.
You put it in his face with 1 hand, right?
I didn't want it in his face.
His chest?
Not his chest.
All right, we'll go back to that in a moment. So you've been carrying a gun with you for 5 years before this incident, right?
Yes.
And you would carry it on your person, right?
Yes.
And you carried it on your person without a CHL before the law passed, right? Meaning you said you were going to get a license, but in September of 2021, the law changed, right?
Right.
But you had already been carrying a gun on your person without a license, right?
I wasn't carrying it on me. It was like in my house, like in a vehicle.
Fair enough.
Sir, no different. I'm honest with y'all. No different than I did. I did not have a license in 2021, in September 1st, 2020, when the laws changed to you can still carry without a license. Things changed. Things changed in Texas. But you still have to be responsible.
I never had it.
So once you had to carry anything, you started just carrying in the waistband, right?
Yes, I had a holster.
Okay. Now I'm going to come back to the scene, but I have to ask, we saw on that video that you shot your weapon 10 times, right?
I always appreciate Cindy's opinion of reason. She always comes back with a good opinion of reason.
Yes.
And you'll acknowledge that, right?
Yes.
Right. So when the police came and got your gun and the magazine, you had 7 bullets in the magazine, right?
Yes.
And it had a capacity of 12. So that's only 5. So did you give them a different magazine? Did you? So how do you account for that?
I don't know. I just know that I don't own no second magazine. I don't own nothing extravagant in the pictures that you have, that they have.
Mm-hmm.
You could zoom in and see that there's no alterations to my handgun, nothing.
So I'm asking, because obviously there should have been less bullets in the magazine. So it's not that big a deal. I just wanted to ask you why you understand. Did you put more bullets in the magazine so it didn't look like you had fired the gun 10 times?
No, sir.
You just switch out the magazine?
No, sir.
So can you tell us why you had so many bullets in your magazine when you actually fired it 10 times?
I have no idea.
Okay. So going back to the scene. So after you shot at the robber's back, you then went into the grassy area, right?
Correct.
You did not see him get into a vehicle, the robber, correct?
All I saw was the headlights. The headlights.
The question is, you never saw the robber get inside a vehicle.
I never saw the robber.
No, and we wouldn't expect you to, because we've seen it. You can't see that area. So the next thing you saw was headlights coming, right?
Incorrect.
So you saw headlights.
No, when I was trying to explain, you interrupted me from explaining what I saw.
Okay.
I said I saw the headlights of the vehicle, and I see the assailant running towards the headlights. So the truck do like one of these. So I assumed that he was.
That's the problem, sir, is that from your vantage point, you would not have been able to see that dip from the car because the chase sign was blocking you. You've just been watching these videos from across the street saying he changed. You can't see that. Do you understand that?
No, not really.
All right. So what you end up doing is you could have gotten back in the car after you shot at the robber, correct?
I was hearing gunshots. So that would make me.
Sir, do you need me to play 108 for the jury again? The only gunshots in this neighborhood was yours.
Okay.
So if you're going to be sorry and you're going to come forward, can we at least have you tell the truth?
Objection to the argumentative.
Do you understand by saying you're sorry to a family but not willing to accept responsibility and tell us the truth, how it's hollow? Do you understand that?
What is the question that you're asking?
My question is you're claiming you heard gunshots. You've seen the videos. You've seen the technology. The only person in the Chase area who was shooting a gun was you. Correct?
I still don't understand the question that you're asking me.
You shoot at the robber 3 times, right?
Correct.
And my previous question was, you go into the grassy area towards the headlights, right?
Correct.
I asked you why, correct?
Correct.
And you said because you heard gunshots.
Correct.
There were no other gunshots out there after you shot 3 times.
Right.
You're looking at the lawyer. You need to be looking at the jury. There are no other gunshots out there. So you started shooting at the truck, correct?
Real quick, Dandy, I believe that was the incident that they were just talking about at the store where he had the altercation with his stepson, Knowledge.
After Robert got into the black truck.
I know that's what you're saying, and maybe even you believe that, or maybe you've convinced yourself of that. But you started shooting at that truck, correct?
Correct.
And did you see that Armando doesn't start going fast? The wheels don't start skidding and going fast until you have already shot at the truck 2 times.
I don't recall.
Having seen the videos in court numerous times, you'll agree with me. You shoot at the robber 3 times, and then you turn the gun on the truck, and you shoot the 4th and 5th, and that's when he takes off, correct?
I'm not too for sure.
Did you happen to see Armando and his wife in the front seat?
One of us was tinted.
Right. I'm asking from the windshield, did you see Armando or Wendy?
The one that was tinted, I couldn't see.
So that would be a no, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So as the car is coming, you realized actually the car had tinted windows, right?
The question you asked is what?
Question is, you saw that the truck had tinted windows, correct?
Correct.
So you couldn't see in, correct?
Correct.
So you then start shooting into the truck, right?
Correct.
And you didn't have to. You could have run back to the truck, to the car, right?
I could have.
Correct?
I could have.
You could have. Okay. So you shot multiple rounds into the truck where you could not even see anybody in it. Correct?
Correct.
And you say it's because you thought the robber had gotten in the truck, right?
Correct.
So you were willing to kill everybody associated with the robber and whoever was in that truck, correct?
Correct.
You do realize that was pretty reckless, don't you?
Objection, else for legal conclusion.
I'm not asking about the law, I'm asking him, do you feel like that was a reckless act?
Give me a second.
Objection, that calls for legal conclusion. If he wants to use another word, he can, but reckless has a specific legal definition.
I mean, it's also a common word.
I just say it's an opinion.
All right, in your opinion,
Not legal, it's an opinion.
okay, in your opinion, was that reckless?
I'm sorry, Judge. This record, I have to.
Okay, I understand, sir. That's overruled, sir.
In your opinion, was that reckless?
I really can't answer that question right now. Like,
Well, in front of the world, you said you're very sorry to the Alvarez family.
and I am.
So what I want to ask you is, will you admit that that was, in your opinion, a reckless act?
Objection, Your Honor, but does the word reckless have to do the objection? It's legal conclusion.
And it's his opinion, so I'm not overruled. Look, you may answer if you know.
Yeah, I can't answer that.
Are you refusing to answer that, sir?
He just doesn't want to answer it because he doesn't want to say he used the gun recklessly. Sir, just admit to your downfall, your faults. It's not hard.
I cannot answer that because it's dealing with an assumption. Like, I assume that the robber was inside of the vehicle.
But you weren't even willing to just kill the robber. You're willing to kill everybody the robber was in the car with, right?
I was defending for my life and my safety of me and my wife.
Oh, no, that had just happened. That had happened when you were in the car. You're now, after shooting at a person in the back, you don't get to say you're fearful for your life in an open space as a truck is driving by. You realize that at least now, don't you?
Nowadays, they have weapons with extra things on the back of them. They make them shoot like 30 seconds and like a bunch of times.
What are you talking about?
So that's playing in my head.
Okay, so if you got out in the community and you got robbed again, and the same thing happened, the next time you see somebody with the tinted windows, you're going to shoot in the truck because you never know? With these things you're talking about?
Why would I shoot in the truck when I don't see them going towards the truck?
But that's the point, is you didn't see him go towards the truck.
I did.
You saw him disappear in the night.
I did see him run towards the truck.
Sir, multiple people, including the defense witness, has been out there, and they say, like, from your standpoint, you would not have been able to see him run to the truck.
I was the one that was out there. I was the one that disappeared.
Oh, we're well aware that you're the one who was out there.
Objection, Your Honor, that's argumentative and sidebar.
That's a statement. Next question.
You pulled the trigger 7 times. You pulled the trigger 7 times at the Alvarez's truck, correct?
I don't recall how many shots it was.
When did you figure out that the person driving the truck was a Hispanic male?
I did not know that it was an Hispanic male.
Well,
I never knew it was an Hispanic male.
Well, in the 911 tape, you heard your wife say,
My wife was referring.
Y'all notice a shift in his attitude? Do you notice the shift in his attitude? He opened that water, took him a sip, and he just like went into a whole nother realm with his attitude. There is a huge shift.
To the person that was standing outside of the truck. It does not have anything to do with the Alvarez family or the black truck. It has something to do with the people that was on the sidewalk that we saw when we drove up. That's what she was explaining to the police on the 911 tape. It was so much.
Sir, let me ask you this. When they asked who was the person driving the truck, she said it was an Hispanic male.
That was a chaotic moment.
Okay.
So she was already giving them details when they was asking the same question. If you listen to the 911 tape, you could hear that she was explaining that while he was asking was the person driving the truck.
Let me ask you this. On this chase video, we see after you do the shooting that you then go towards the sidewalk and you look down the street, right?
That's correct, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Did you see at that point, Armando, because you've heard him testify, he parked the vehicle and
Yes.
got out to check on Arlene.
That's
Did you
not
see him
true.
then?
That's not true.
What's not true?
That he got out the vehicle. That's not true. To my knowledge.
You heard from the expert, right?
To my knowledge, that's not true. What I saw was the truck. When I looked down the street, I see the truck tail lights going down the streets as far as it's leaving. I get back in my vehicle to exit out, and guess what I see? Reverse lights. I never, not one time, me nor my wife, never saw him outside of the vehicle. Never.
You heard the expert on the video say that the truck had its brake lights on at the time you shot, right?
Reverse lights was on at the time I shot.
You didn't see him reverse
Oh,
and come
yes,
at you, correct?
yes, I saw him reverse.
You realize that happened after you drove off, right?
No.
And when you shot that 10th shot, it was towards the truck as Armando's getting back in the truck to come back.
It's not true. I never saw the driver of the
Why is he arguing with this man of facts that are already in evidence, and 3 people could witness the same evidence and give 3 separate accounts? That's true. That's true. And maybe this is what he thought he was seeing in his mind, but there's already been facts out there showing otherwise. So it's like he doesn't want to he doesn't want to bend. He doesn't want to be okay with what they're saying. He wants it to be his thoughts, his way, his how he felt.
vehicle outside of the truck that night. All I saw
Will you
was
agree with me,
the
sir, that,
reverse lights.
okay, will you agree with me, just past that truck is a very busy intersection?
The intersection is maybe like 100 feet away from where I was standing.
Do you know how far a bullet can travel?
Not really. You could tell me.
Sir! Y'all,
Didn't you,
I'm running out of coffee.
in June of 2025, you had a conversation with your dad on telephone, right?
I have, I mean, I don't know what specific date that you talked to, but I talked to my dad a bunch of times.
Do you remember blaming the way Armando was driving as a reason why you shot into the truck?
Are we dipping into some jail calls that we've heard? What are you? What? Are we listening to jail calls?
Because of the child's scratching. Make me assume that he picked up the robber.
Okay.
And they.
You do realize that was after you shot at the truck already twice?
No, I do not realize.
Okay. Isn't it true you told your dad, nobody's talking about the way Armando was driving? That's why I shot at him. If he wasn't driving so badly, I wouldn't have shot at the truck. Nobody's talking about that. They're saying it's all me. Didn't
I don't
you say
recall.
that? Does that sound like something you may have said?
I do not recall.
Would it help if we played that portion of the call too?
Good night, beginner
We're
crafter.
refreshing.
Thank you for being here.
Judge, we approach.
Appreciate you. Whew. Okay, they take a little break. I guess Mr. Tony needed a break, and I think and it looks like they're going to bring that video back in. So with that, we're going to take a moment to say all right.
Okay, sir. So we had an opportunity during the break, Mr. Earls, to have you listen to the recording. Did you get a chance to do that?
Right.
Okay. So you agree with
Okay.
me that you said that nobody's justifying how the black truck is moving. Nobody's saying nothing like how he is moving. They're trying to make it seem like it's all me. You said that, didn't you?
Good.
And so I'm going to give you an opportunity here to acknowledge that Armando had nothing to do with this. This was all your reaction to the robbery and all of you.
I was referring to when the truck sped off and hit the curb and all the contents out the back of
you will agree with me, he didn't start to speed off until you fired at his vehicle 2 times.
At the moment, I don't recall. But
Okay, we'll go
Speak up
back.
for me, sir. Speak up for me. I apologize. Charles.
yes, sir.
We'll get back to it in a second. Now what I want to do is talk to you about the aggravated assault that happened. Now, this was March of 2023, right?
Yes.
This was a year and a month after you killed Arlene Alvarez, right?
Yes.
All right. Now, I believe you just testified in front of this jury that you did not put the gun pointed at your stepson. Is that what you said?
I said I pointed it and told him to go back to where he came from.
You admit that you pointed the gun at him.
In the direction of where he came from.
Well, and you also said that you didn't do it until you saw a gun. Did you see a gun?
He was digging in his pants,
Did he have a gun?
and I saw the end of it in his back pocket, along with some more things that was in his pocket.
Why don't we watch the video, okay? Go ahead and watch it. And he's standing by the door, right?
You saw him digging his pocket before I came over towards him?
You right now, let's pause it, have the gun out in your left hand, is that right?
Correct.
And whether his hand is in his pocket, you do not see a handgun, do you?
Yes, sir.
Correct.
At the moment, I thought I saw it.
And you were wrong, right?
I don't know.
With that, when we heard your statement to the officer that was being recorded, you first said, I saw a handgun, so I had to pull it to defend myself. You said that, right?
Correct.
But then, after she said, I'm looking at the video, I'm not seeing anything, he goes, oh, well, you said his hand was in his pocket. Right?
His hands were in his pocket.
And we will now at least agree that you did not see a gun handle that day, correct?
It's not correct.
And so you approach him in a public place with the gun out in your left hand, right?
Correct.
In fact, you get up off of that car you were sitting on, and you already have the gun at your side.
Incorrect.
Okay, why don't we backtrack and we'll see.
Bless you, sir. Okay, we are 2 hours in. I appreciate every one of you for being here, but you know what coffee does to you after 2 hours? So give me 2 minutes. I'm going to do my run.
You're always online, chasing the thrill. In the dark corners where nightmares are real. Whispers and shadows, stories unfold. Innocence lost and the secrets they hold. Reach out and touch cracks. Leave the screen, step outside. Reach out and touch grass. Feel the earth, feel alive. Sensational headlines, the dramas you'll muse. Capturing moments, the heartbreak you choose. Behind every story, a life to reclaim. Remember the human, not just the name. Reach out and touch grass. Leave the screen, step outside. Reach out and touch grass. Feel the earth, feel alive. Spotlights glow, don't forget to breathe. Disconnect to reconnect, it's okay to leave. Step away, take a break, find some peace of mind. True crime and drama, but balance you'll find. Reach out and touch grass. Leave the screen, step outside. Reach out and touch grass. Feel the earth. night. Ground yourself, find the light. Everything's alright. Reach out and touch grass, you'll be just fine. Breathe deep, step away, it's your time to shine. Reach out and touch grass, leave the screen, step outside. Reach out and touch grass, feel the earth, feel alive.
Oops. Okay. Let's see. Take the banner off. Oops. Change to a cough drop. I lost my headphones. Okay, sorry about that, guys. Whew. After 2 hours, coffee will get to you. Okay.
Right there's when I pulled it out.
And he is not pulling anything out of his pocket, sir. You realize no one in this courtroom has ever been in a public place with a gun out outside of a convenience store? And that's you, with your gun out?
In the neighborhood that I'm from?
And that's your stepson. And what you told this jury is you're trying to correct his behavior. You're trying to tell him, oh, you can't be involved with these other people who are pulling guns. And what you're doing is you're pulling a gun on him.
I never said that.
And you kind of lunged at with that gun at your side. And at that point, he doesn't pull anything out of his pocket, right?
Good.
Right? You want to see it again? All right. See? Now you point the gun at him.
I didn't point at him.
No,
I
sorry,
pointed in the location of where the end of the driveway, the end of the sidewalk is where the barber shop is.
Just like
I told him to go and
Sir,
put
let me ask you this. Are you telling this jury that you did not point that gun at him?
No, I did not.
They can see with their own eyes, sir, you lunge and then you point it like this. Are you saying you weren't pointing at him?
I did not point at him. I pointed in the direction of the barber shop and told him to go and put it back up.
Are you understanding your explanations are sounding a whole lot like the way you talk about what happened at the Chase Bank?
No, I don't know.
Mischaracterizes prior testimony.
The jury heard the evidence in this case. They're going to be able to deduce from the evidence that they heard what both counsel say it's not evidence that comes from the witnesses and the exhibits that you guys get to be the determination of facts with respect to those. You may continue.
This jury is actually seeing your crime in front of them and you're still denying it.
If I pointed the gun at him and he followed me in the store, I mean, I didn't. He didn't feel threatened. I did not threaten him.
So now you're acknowledging pointing the gun at him.
No, you're acknowledging that. I said I pointed it in the direction of him going back to the barber shop.
And what you were telling that officer also sounds very familiar, saying, I saw the handle of his gun, so I pulled out to defend myself. And then you changed it to, he was digging in his pocket, so I had to defend my life. So you changed it from seeing the handle of the gun to
The attorney testified, there's no question.
Is that right? Those are two different things, correct?
I don't understand the question.
It's hard to understand. At first you say to that detective, I had to pull my gun out because I saw the handle of the gun. We can see you walking up with the gun in your hand.
That's incorrect.
But then you changed it to the detective when she says, I'm not seeing a gun. He said, well, his hand in his pocket. I was defending my life.
Okay, that what I see and what the video see is not going to register with what you're talking about.
You see how that sounds like?
No,
I had to
because
shoot at the truck because the guy had got in the truck. You see how that?
I said assume he got in the truck.
And just like you assumed,
He had an objection to the overruled.
just like you assumed when he had in his pocket, he's got a gun.
Well, the next day, the same gun he had in his
We
pocket.
don't know about the next day. I'm asking, sir, at this point, you had already killed a 9-year-old child. And you're claiming to this jury that you are very sorry for that. I'm sure you are, but your behavior hasn't changed. Would you agree with that?
Incorrect.
No, Cindy. The thing is that between, okay, when Arlene was life was first taken, the grand jury chose not to indict him on this charge. So he was free. Okay. He was free to run willy-nilly on the streets in Houston and chose to, during that time, have another altercation with Knowledge, his stepson, and had a gun in this situation, got into a fight. I'm not sure if the law was called or whatever, but from what I read, there was charges. So I'm not sure, but the fact that he took a child's life and then now he's still out there running around pointing a gun all crazy at people just standing in crowds and causing all this ruckus. No.
And sir, at this point, you had already killed a 9-year-old child. And you're claiming to this jury that you are very sorry for that. I'm sure you are, but your behavior hasn't changed. Would you agree with that?
Incorrect.
Let's go to the next one. Okay, so that's your stepson, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now that's you, right?
Correct.
All right, so, and you heard the detective say that your stepson said that first night he did not have a gun. He did acknowledge having a gun on this day. You heard that, right?
It's not correct, but yeah, I heard that.
Well, he acknowledged, and he said, I had a gun on me in this incident, right? But he doesn't take the gun out. The gun falls out when y'all tussling, right?
He reached for it.
And I'll give you that this appeared to be mutual, meaning there was an argument and you are both hitting each other, right? We can see that on video. I'll give you that. But what you told the detective, the reason why you had to punch him is because he was taking the gun out. That's not true, correct?
He punched me.
Right, and that's why you punched him back. It's not because he was taking a gun out, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So if you said that, that's not true. You just punched him back because he punched you.
Correct.
Okay.
And he was reaching for his gun.
When was he reaching for the gun? You just saw it. All right, let's replay it and you show me when he's reaching for the gun. I just think it looks like y'all both fighting each other. And by the way, what are you doing there? Why are you walking by and then walking back?
Throwing something in the trash. I was at the place of business. I was doing what I was doing. Okay, that's good.
There was no gun pulled
Right, so,
by him.
You see where we're not seeing him pulling out a gun or anything?
Well, I assumed that he was reaching for this gun.
Assume, sir. You never assume. So, y'all, I gotta quit making these crazy noises. I'm gonna be made fun of like his little. Okay, sorry. Comedy in the chaos, guys. Comedy in the chaos. We have to, otherwise we will lose our minds watching this shit. Inhale, exhale.
I didn't have my gun. I didn't have no gun. There's no gun being present in it.
This is the point though, sir. You always are claiming people have guns and that's why you have to do things.
The lifestyle that I live in, the neighborhood that I live in, you see these type of events happen all the time.
Okay, but in here it's not happening. And you're claiming it's happening and justifying your behavior by saying it's happening.
Do you know what? This is when you become part of the problem. People like this is what causes a problem.
First one you say, I saw it handle the gun when you didn't. This one you're saying you took out a gun, so I had to keep fighting them. At some point, you have him on the ground. And then you pull him off and you'll raise when you sucker punch him. Do you have an anger problem?
No, sir.
You get angry?
No, sir. I'm 45 years old. So if I was the character that you portraying, I would have a criminal history.
Okay, so now seeing this, I want to briefly go back to the night you killed Arlene. Okay. Remember how your psychologist that took the stand said people react differently, and someone who's prone to violence may act differently than someone who's not. So we're going to play one more time, States 108. And I want you to closely listen that the squeaking of the tires and Armando speeding off is after you start shooting at the truck.
Objection, Your Honor. There's no question here. The attorney is testifying and basically making an argument through the witness.
I'm sure a question is coming.
Right. And so since you said you started shooting because of the way he's driving, I'm going to go ahead and play this in so you can look at it. Okay.
At the moment, I assumed that the way he was driving made me shoot the way that I shot.
And yes, and
at the moment, I thought that was.
After you watch this, will you acknowledge that you started driving that way because you started shooting this vehicle? Okay, let's just watch it.
Let's watch. I'm going to pull me down. Just for the record, we're going to watch this one more time.
I never denied shooting in the truck.
I will pause here to note that this man you see jumping over the fence, there is a reward for him. I think it's up to $20,000. He is the one who robbed Mr. Tony Earls and his wife at the ATM. He is very unrecognizable from this video, but please note there is a reward out for this man. So I will remove myself from the stage again and hit play.
So you'll agree with me that that shows that the only person shooting a weapon out there was you? Correct.
I'm not too for sure.
And you can see there that you started shooting at the Alvarez vehicle, then he started speeding off, and then you continued to shoot into the vehicle, right?
I never denied not shooting in the vehicle.
But then, just 13 months after knowing you killed a 9-year-old on this night, you still chose to carry a weapon, be in a public place, and using it the way you did. That didn't change your behavior this night, correct?
I don't understand the question that you asked.
This night, nobody's ever said you intended to kill Arlene, but this night you caused her death, right?
Correct.
And that didn't stop you from continuing to carry a firearm and acting recklessly with it, just like we saw on that convenience store video, correct?
Okay. This is
Hold on, there's an objection, please.
I have to object because of the choice of words of reckless. That draws, that's the legal conclusion.
And you're using it as an opinion, is that correct?
Using it as an opinion,
His opinion.
carrying it at your side in a public place, pointing it in the direction of your stepson after knowing you with a firearm is dangerous.
It's gonna go over rules, sir. But you can answer the question.
I didn't understand the question that you asked because
Sir, let
you
us
asked so many questions. And
Sir, no, you are just dancing around. I'm going to go back up to Cindy's comment. Breathe, Sheila. Breathe, Sheila. He's dancing around these questions, acting like he doesn't understand what they're saying.
you don't never give me a chance to answer the question, so I don't understand the question.
Arlene Alvarez is dead because of what you did with a firearm, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. We broke that down into 5th grade terms. English. Arlene Alvarez is dead because you shot her. Period. Yes or no? Yes. Okay. We're getting somewhere.
And I can't imagine there being anything more serious, sir, than killing a 9-year-old child. Will you agree with me on that?
What is the question that you asked?
Do you agree with me? There's probably not much worse than killing a 9-year-old child. Will you agree with that?
It's tragic.
It's a crime. And that incident did not change your behavior. You were still carrying a firearm on your waist and carrying it open in a public place, correct?
This happened in 2020, right?
2022.
The Arlene, the Alvarez, God forgive me, that happened in 22.
It's 13 months later.
Okay, I got no bill for that. So therefore, they told me that I would be able to carry a
You feel like you can carry a gun, and you agree with me, the way you handled a firearm killed a child and your behavior did not change. Will you agree with me on that?
My behavior doesn't have nothing to do with the reason why I carry a firearm.
Sir, if you can't be...
It's not that you carry, it's how you carry is the problem. Do you understand that?
Irresponsible.
And how you use it.
Right. But he moved out. He moved out the hood for a better life and all this stuff. But, I mean, I don't know. He moved out, right? So if he moved out to get away, then why is he still acting as if he's one of them? And he wanted a better life for him and his wife and his kids, and they got all this going for him. Why? I have so many questions.
That's no question. That's what it takes.
Oh, yes.
Okay. Yes. Yeah, I understand. I do have to take care of one piece of business, and we'll start like 2 minutes.
All rise for the jury. This witness happened this morning.
Okay, so now we're moving on to people who are here to, I assume, speak highly of Mr. Earls and say he's a wonderful man and never would harm anybody by carrying his gun, is what I'm assuming we're fixing to hear.
So
That's my meeting.
Producer, if you can do me a favor, speak loud and slow. You can roll that chair to the microphone, speak louder. He's gonna take some water from you, and you may proceed to defense.
Thank you. Sir, would you kind of introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Yes, I'm Tony Earls Jr.
Okay. And what's your relationship to, I take it to his dad?
Understand?
okay, I didn't expect that, but okay. Now that I'm looking at it, I do see the favoritism. You can take someone out the hood, but reprogramming generations of hood mentality is a process that takes a long, long time. Cindy with the facts. This is why I love Cindy. Okay.
And before I get into a little bit about Junior
We'll
as
see.
what he's like as a person growing up, I want to know a little bit about you and the family dynamic. How many kids do you have?
I have 5.
Okay, and where does Tony fit in?
He's my oldest.
Okay, so he was your first child?
First child.
Okay, tell me a little about yourself. You did you grow up in Houston?
I grew up on the southeast side too.
Okay, same side that you heard a little bit of testimony about when you were sitting here.
Yeah, same side that's supposed to be dangerous side. It's not dangerous.
Excuse me?
The side that's supposed to be so dangerous, but it's not dangerous. Anywhere you go is dangerous.
Okay. All right. And are you employed, sir?
Yes, I am.
What do you do?
This is my 3rd quarter. I'm retired from the post office for 28 years. I also served in the Marines. I'm a disabled veteran as I speak right now, and I work for the VA.
Easy to relax and just kind of talk slow so I can even
I
understand.
work for the VA right now at the present time. I'm a disabled veteran, and I also retired from the post office for 28 years.
If you could stay back off the mic a little bit, because from where I'm
Okay.
sitting, it's a little bit, I know you speak loud. It's hard for me to hear because of echoes. Thanks. Okay.
I already see him having an attitude. It's just permeating off of him that he talks fast. I got it on 1.25 and we've been able to hear everybody else fine, but I'm going to slow him down because he's already hot. He's already hot. He's already angry because of the situation his son has put him in. Yeah, daddy isn't playing. Daddy is not playing. So let's see. I slowed him back down to regular speed because we've been watching everything at 1.25 and it's been fine, but we're going to slow him down.
How old are you?
I'm 65.
And how old were you when you had Tony?
I was 19.
Okay. And you said he's your oldest, and I guess you were married at the time to his mom, or were you married?
Yes, I was.
Okay, fair enough. And are you still together to this day?
No, we're not together, but she's my best friend.
So you guys stay in touch?
Yes, we do.
I want to move forward so we can move along. It is getting a little bit late. What part did you play in raising Tony?
I played the major part because I didn't have a dad to raise me, so I promised my mom that I was going to raise my kids properly, dignity and respect. I have no other way but raise them like that because that's the way she raised me.
Okay,
so I'm sorry to be so emotional, but all this monster they created my son, he's not a monster.
Well, we'll talk about that, okay? This is, you're familiar with what's been going on, and you would agree that this is a tragedy. It's a traumatic experience for both families.
Yes, indeed. And at this time, I would like to take the opportunity also.
Question answer, please.
Yes, I do.
What were you about to say?
I just want to say I want to hold my condolences to the Audrey.
Objection, shut up.
I didn't even let you serve. It's just a certain way. Mr. Also, please do question and answer for the court. It's going to cause a narrative, which it did.
I'm sorry.
Ask the question.
Knowing everything about the case, was there something you wanted to tell the family of the Arlene?
Objection relevance to this witness, Judge.
You know what, this time it's a question, go ahead.
You can answer.
Say it again.
I had asked you if there was anything you personally wanted to say to Arlene's family.
Yes, indeed. I want to say that I have tremendous remorse, and I ask for the condolence. I want to say deeply, I have a deep condolence for the Alvarez family.
You understand the tragedy they've been through.
Very much.
Talk to me real quick about Tony as a child. What was he like as a child?
Okay, Cindy.
He was a very joyful child. He smiled all the time. Very playful. He didn't have anyone to play with at the time because he was the oldest grandkid of my mom's, oldest child of mine. So he was very playful.
As he grew up and he obviously became older, did you two still continue to stay in touch and be a part of one another's life?
Yes, sir. I kept Tony till he was 18.
And you heard earlier he's 45 now.
Yes, sir.
Right? Okay. Prior to him being incarcerated, arrested and incarcerated, how often would you come into contact with Tony?
Me and Tony had a daily contact every day. Tony would call me every day. We'll speak about an hour or two.
Okay. So you basically you knew him as a man, not just as a child. Like, let me strike that. You know how some parents and kids drift off. Did that happen between you and Tony, or did you?
No, sir. Tony's a very caring son. I'm disabled. He calls me every day to check on me. Even while he's been incarcerated, he calls to check on me, and I should be more concerned about him. So my son is not a monster. He's a very little child.
Okay, but I have to ask the question. Okay. I know you want to be heard, right? You wanted to testify today, right?
Yes, sir.
And why did you want to testify?
Because I just don't want to portray my son as a monster, because he's not. I know him for 45 years. Now, this last conduct that he's been doing, it's uncalled for. I think so too. But we all as adults, we don't know how to react to any situation. So I don't want to go any further because I'm not on trial, but I'm just saying.
Listen to me for a second. I understand you have a lot you want to say. He's got a job to do. So if I just let you talk, he's going to object. Okay. It's nothing against him. He's doing his job. I'm going to ask you questions. Okay. So you said that he would check on you day to day because you said you're a disabled veteran, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How does he, and this is prior to being incarcerated, would he offer assistance to you in the way of doing things, checking on you?
He would make sure I have my doctor's appointment. He would take me if he had to use my car. He would make sure that I go to the doctor, make sure that I have my medicine. Like I said, my son is a very caring son.
Okay. How about, were there other older people in the community that you were friends with did he ever offer assistance or check on anybody else?
Yes, indeed. He has neighbors down the street that he would go cut their grass for free, or he would move the trees out the back if they fell on the yard. He moved to the front. Everybody in the community, they have no problem with Tom.
Okay. You said that even when he's incarcerated, he'd call and you guys would talk, right?
Yes, sir.
So has he been incarcerated? Has he been in jail since he was arrested in this case?
Has he been in jail?
Yeah, the Harris County Jail, like waiting for his trial.
Yes. It hurts me a lot.
Okay. Do you, what if any, did it in any way create a hardship for you?
Like I said, man, I miss my son. And I can imagine how the Alvarez family feels.
Okay.
It's hard, man.
All right. I just want to clear something up because I don't think Ed asked Tony about it. You know that the night that the shooting occurred at the Chase Bank, he was in the car with his wife, right?
Yes.
Okay. She goes by Dee?
Yes.
She's in the courtroom, right, sitting here?
Yes, she is.
Okay. You get along with Dee, don't you?
Yes, sir.
And I don't want to go into too much detail, but is it safe to say that she is also here in support of, just to show some support for Tony?
Yes, sir.
I want to make sure they're not like on these real bad terms or anything like that, all right?
No,
But they're not together, right?
no, they're not together.
Because he's in the Harris County Jail, right?
That's correct.
Okay. When we were talking earlier today, you started to talk to me, besides the different things he did for some of the neighbors and for you had mentioned some community kind of activities that Tony would get involved in. Could you tell me, or tell the jury what you were telling me about earlier today?
Yes, Tony and his cousin, every year, they throw a toy drive for the kids in the neighborhood.
For the kids in the neighborhood where they live?
Yes, sir. And he would always, the ones that didn't have fishing rods, he'd take the little ones fishing with us and stuff, so he was involved in the community. And that's probably the reason why, I'm not giving him no excuse, but that's probably the reason why, he's at the store all the time. But he's going around now, so I'm just.
Are you familiar with the store?
Yes, I am.
You were familiar that he stocks stuff there and picks up garbage. He's kind of a guy who does odd jobs all around, right?
Yes.
Wow.
We had talked a little bit about.
So that just goes to show exactly what I was saying earlier was, excuse me, that he doesn't really have a job per se. He is just does a little bit of everything. Sorry, Lola just came in here and she's sniffing the air like she smells something. I don't know what she smells. Oh, I smell it too now. Tyler's cooking. Anyways, he just did odd jobs. He's just talking about how he was working in the store and sweeping and all that stuff. So he didn't even have a real job.
The incident with his steps. Do you know his stepson?
I know him.
Okay. I'm not going to go into too much detail with you, but just so the jury knows, that's because you don't really know what the dynamic between them those 2 days were, like what they were arguing about or what was going on.
No, it's really, that video was a surprise to me because I didn't even think they had that kind of relationship where it got that bad. Never saw it, so this is the first time me seeing that video of him and knowledge. So I really don't have any recollection of how deep it was.
And how do you feel about that video?
Describe, based on your observations, how would you describe how they typically would get along?
They would get along fine. I mean, during the present time that I see them, they get along pretty good.
Okay. And then following the incident at the store and even the fight they had in the store, between that period.
I want somebody to ask him, how does he feel now seeing that video and knowing the altercation at the store? How does he feel about his son carrying a weapon now? Even after him accidentally shooting Arlene Alvarez. Somebody ask him that question, please.
The time that Tony was actually arrested, did you ever have occasion to observe them together?
No, it was very surprising right there.
I'm sorry?
No, but it was very surprising.
No, I don't know if you understood my question. I'm trying to explain or let the jury see what their relationship was like after this incident. Like, did they make, for lack of any better term, did they kind of let this just be bygones and pass?
Yes, sir.
Was there continued hostility?
Yes, sir.
Okay, the kiss and made up.
Which one?
Okay.
They bypass, and I see it together now.
Oh, you don't anymore, sir.
Well, I guess I just have one more question. The toy drive you were telling me all about, you were pretty proud of that, weren't you?
Yes, sir. Because they was doing it out of their own pocket.
Was that, is that like a Christmas toy
Yeah,
drive?
Christmas toy
I just
drive.
wanted to put it in reference.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll pass the witness.
How many times did that
Next
happen?
witness be excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, you can leave. Next witness.
Oh, I have questions, sir. Judge, let me talk to him. Bring it back. I got questions.
At this time, the defense calls Coretta Brown.
Does this witness has not been sworn in?
Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, who is she?
Good afternoon, ma'am. Can you do me a favor and roll up a little bit on that chair, speak into the mic? If Ms. Wilshire is not looking at you, that means you're speaking too fast. Okay. And defense, whenever you're ready, who's that?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Hi, Coretta. Can you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
My name is Coretta Brown. I'm the executive director of a nonprofit organization called Bridges to Empowerment. We are a social justice and community-centered organization that work with youth in education around anti-bullying. We also work with seasoned saints in churches, and then we also
I'm sorry. You're fine, ma'am. I know you're nervous. They're gonna ask you questions.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Questions and answer. Okay, just take your time.
Okay.
Please.
So you're talking about the organization you work for. Say the name again.
It's called Bridges to Empowerment.
Okay. And what does the organization do?
So we are a community-driven organization. We do education work with the kids. We teach them how to be advocates. Right now, we're focusing on teaching them anti-bullying and how to advocate for anti-bullying in their schools. And then we're also working on coming up with policies that we can give to some of the state reps for mental health counselors in all of the high schools. And then we also do we have what's called participatory defense.
Okay. And tell me about the participatory defense.
So that's an organization that was started some time ago. It's affiliated with the Public Defender's Office. And basically, we work with family members and we work with the defendants to help guide them through the pretrial process.
And you know Mr. Tony Earls Sr., correct?
Correct.
How long have you known him?
I met him in 2009.
And do you know Tony Earls Jr.?
I met him a few times.
And you're here to show the support for both of them?
Yes, yes.
You believe your organization can help them?
Yes, so we believe in restorative justice.
Tell me more about that.
We know that sometimes bad things happen to good people. One of the reasons that I created Bridges to Empowerment is because after graduating from high school in 1998, I grew up in the same community of South Park on the southeast side by MLK. And 6 months after graduating from high school, I decided to do 4 carjackings. And it wasn't because I wanted to hurt anybody. And it wasn't because I thought that I would hurt anybody. It was more of the environment that I lived in and what was acceptable that I did it. And I ended up serving time in prison. And coming home from prison November 1st, 2006, I ended up having to go back to the same neighborhood. And it was like a dead end trap there. It wasn't any opportunities or any sense of hope, right? And I left and I went to TSU and I got my bachelor's degree in marketing. And even having that, it was hard to find jobs. It was hard for me to find jobs with a bachelor's degree because of my background.
Okay, so you're here because you want to provide some support for Tony.
Right. And not just for Tony, but I'm here to provide support for Tony, but I'm here because I want you all to know that there is a network of what we call credible messengers. that work with individuals like Tony and that want to continue working with people that come home from prison to help them change their mindset, to help them get on the right track, to help them overcome the trauma of living in these communities. It's hard. And we do have to defend ourselves sometimes. And sometimes we do.
Question answer, please. Okay, that's.
Do you often work with people on probation?
Yes.
What kind of resources do you provide people on probation?
So we help them find jobs. I will actually go and look for jobs for them. We coach them on how to do the application. We coach them on interviewing. We connect them to other resources. I've had clients that I've given jobs to myself because we want to see them successful. We believe that public safety begins where crime ends, but you can't end crime if you're not taught something different.
Pass the witness.
Hey, no questions. Next witness be excused. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Next witness.
At this time, the defense calls Dennis Davis.
Just Mike, you need this, sir? Yes, I'll take care of it, sir.
It is very important to have those resources out there. So I did drop the link in chat for anybody on the replay crew or anything that wants more information. It's Bridges of Empowerment. The actual website is Bridges for You. So I did drop that in the chat. I will put it up on screen for a brief second. I think it is a very, it's a good positive thing for people that are coming out and need resources. So yeah, with that, we're going to go.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you introduce yourself to the attorney, please?
My name is Dennis Davis. I'm the court liaison officer, pretty much the probation officer for the 182nd District Court.
Can you explain to them what that means? I know they've seen you sitting behind that computer all week.
I supervise, I oversee, I would say, about anywhere from 1,300 to 1,500 probationers out of this court. Once they're placed on supervision, my job is to assign them to other officers that are out in the region, that are out in the community.
Can you explain to us how probation works?
Probation has a list of pretty much do's and don'ts. About 20 of the conditions are standard conditions. Don't pick up any new cases. They get drug tested. They have to pay fees. Counseling if it's required. So there's a whole list of things that that they're required to do.
What is the procedure for getting on probation?
Well, the procedure is going to be you guys agree on it. And then once it gets to me, once it comes to me, the first thing that we do is that we do a TRAS. It's the Texas Risk Assessment System. And that gives us a snapshot of the individual, their risks, their needs, their, do they need mental health services? Do they need financial services, transportation, substance abuse services? That when we do this assessment, it gives us a clear idea, well, not a clear, but it does give us a seamless idea of who those individuals are.
What makes somebody eligible for probation?
What makes them eligible for probation?
Yes.
Well, that's Well, that's a tough thing to say what makes them eligible because I don't know how to answer that, to be honest.
Do you know if Tony has ever been convicted of a felony in this or any other state?
Not that I know of.
And are there any manslaughter cases in Harris County that are on probation?
Yes, about 85 clients that are on probation currently for manslaughter.
How many in this court?
We have 4 clients that are on probation out of this court currently for manslaughter.
And what is the procedure for a violation?
Okay. And again, just like they do, it ended. So with that, we're going to switch over. My dogs just brought me a napkin with food in it. I don't know where it came from. Probably grandma, probably mom gave it to him. So we're going to go back and we're going to do the, they're going to go do the closings. And
I'm going to set my timer, then you can start. Pardon me.
And I did start the closing over. I do apologize. I know we were 3 minutes in when we first started before I realized we were on the wrong tab. So, hush me. He's over here having conversations with me.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
You're still here.
The beauty about our justice system,
right? Better than a mouse.
is that we get to have 12 people from our community represent us. 12 people from different parts of Harris County, including Katy, including Cypress, including Pearland, including all of the different parts. And we get the 12 of you that get to make a decision and be the voice for our community. And I know that every one of you has been attentive and watching the evidence, and watching the testimony, and you know what the evidence is. As much as they would like to think that we're going to stand up here and I'm going to pull on your heartstrings, all I've ever talked to you about is the law and the facts.
It's a tortilla.
Because that's what matter, right?
It's a breakfast taco.
And so this is the law. It's the same copy, similar copy of what you guys had in Guilt Innocence. The first 3 pages are the general principles. What you heard
and remember, just
as
like I said
evidence
earlier,
and what you
one of my
saw
headphones
as
just went
evidence
out,
is
so
what's going to
it's
guide your
mono
deliberations. Okay? Page 3, guys. The first 2 pages are general principles. Page 3 is the punishment range. Page 3 tells you that a manslaughter punishment range is 2 to 20 years, and if defendant's eligible for probation, you may consider it. But I'm going to take you back to jury selection, okay? When we were talking to you in jury selection about being able to consider the full range of punishment, by design, we wanted, Mr. John and I wanted, the citizens of Harris County to represent this jury. We wanted Harris County's voice to be heard in this courtroom. Hypothetical for you to consider probation. And honestly, only reason I'm talking about it to begin with is because they called the probation officer to the stand. I'll tell you flat out, this is an inappropriate case for probation. A probation case is like the example John gave you in Vordaer. Somebody's at a New Year's Eve party. Someone's at a 4th of July party. They shoot.
That's improper argument to tell the jury what would be an appropriate example for probation. They have to determine the facts in this case and what's.
I'm going to sustain that objection. Remember what I've told you before with respect to statements given by attorneys. The evidence is here. The law is in the charge. Amendment evidence here that came from the stand.
Judge, I move for a mistrial at this point.
That'll be denied, sir. You may continue.
A probation.
That's my favorite part. I move for a mistrial, sir. It's denied.
Judge, I move for a mistrial at this point.
That'll be denied, sir. You may continue.
A probation case requires.
I'm going to adjust the sound. I'm going to boost the sound because y'all know me. I'm a deaf old lady. Okay.
Requires somebody to accept responsibility. A probation case requires somebody to say, yes, I did that. A probation case requires somebody who's willing to accept responsibility. They asked the probation officer, well, as part of probation, the judge could sentence him to some jail time, right? Yeah, 180 days for killing a 9-year-old girl. You want to talk about what is egregious? Here are 3 principles I want to guide your deliberations. You ready? Number 1, the facts of this case. And make no mistake, there is nothing more egregious than the defendant sitting on the stand admitting to wanting and having the intent to kill somebody when he got out of that car. Admitting that he had the intent to kill every person in that truck. There's nothing more egregious than that. Second thing, mitigation. Third thing, future danger. The thing about probation is, if you place a defendant on probation, the maximum amount of time that they can get, if the probation is revoked, is 10 years in prison for killing a 9-year-old girl. And that's not even the most egregious thing. Because I asked the probation officer, what is the most insightful thing when it comes to a person's conduct and the future danger that they may present? And that's past behavior. Think about this for a moment. You get to decide what the evidence is. He sat on that witness stand and we asked, because, they kept saying, we want to know the why. Don't you guys want to know the why? Don't you want to know why? Don't you want to know why? We did. So we said, all right, Mr. Earls, while you're on the stand and we're watching State's Exhibit 108, I don't have to play it for you guys. I know you've all watched it. We're watching State's Exhibit number 108. When you got out of that car, you got out angry. You got out wanting to shoot and kill. Nope, I heard gunshots. That's just not true. It's not true. When you saw the Alvarez's vehicle, you started shooting into it before it made a tire screech. He says, no, I shot at it because of the way it's driving. That's just not true. Every one of you is watching the same video. We've been in trial for 8 days. He's been in this courtroom watching it with you and still not willing to accept responsibility. Okay, Mr. Earls, this is the most egregious thing about that aggravated assault family member. 13 months after he takes the life of a 9-year-old girl, he is outside of a convenience store with a gun in his waistband. Some of you may have never touched a gun again after doing something that terrible. That's a reasonable person, probably never touches a gun again. But we have gun laws in Texas. And I think those of you who believe in those gun laws are probably the most offended. Because after killing a 9-year-old girl, he's just reckless. He takes a gun out and he sticks it in his stepson's face.
Right there. No, I want to try and be quiet while he's doing this closing. But exactly. As a Texas carrying gun owner, after an accident, which was an accident, it would be like you would, I don't know, I would backtrack and second guess ever carrying, and that's why I don't understand how we can see this video of a year and a half later and he's out there in an altercation with his stepson. It just really irks me. I'm sorry. And yes, his hair is neat. John Jordan is great. And you see that line on his hair? That's... And
after he's done sticking it in his stepson's face, he pump fakes him. He punks him. And then we're all sitting here, again, watching the video. All right, Mr. Earls, I mean, clearly he doesn't pull out a handgun. You can admit that, right? No, I saw him reaching for a gun. Mr. Earls, I mean, you point the gun in his face. Oh, no, I was pointing around him to the end of the shopping strip. There are two Tony Earls. This is future danger. There are two Tony Earls. One of them is the sad, downtrodden Tony Earls that you've seen in this court. The real Tony Earls is the Tony Earls when no one is looking. When he thinks no one is looking. When he thinks that he is not going to be seen. And that's the dangerous thing about probation, is unless he picks up a new case, we never.
Okay, are we back? My screen just totally went black. Are we back? Somebody say, yes, you can hear me, and we're good. And I'm sorry for the bad frame freeze, Mr. John Jordan. That was really weird. Everything went black. I just want to make sure y'all can hear me because before I hit play again, because I paused it as soon as my screen did that. I'm assuming you can hear me, Cindy. Yes, you can hear me. Okay. I just want to make sure before I hit play. You disagree. It's a culture thing. I have a family with a record who carries. He says he'd rather go to prison for a weapon charge than be caught naked. Okay. I mean, yeah. Okay. I just want to make sure y'all can hear me before I hit play because everything just went black for a brief second. It was really weird. Okay.
Tony Earls, that's the real Tony Earls, is the Tony Earls that's on video. He's the one unloading into the truck. He's the one sticking a gun in his stepson's face. That's Tony Earls. The question is, the only question left, and I'll tell you this before we get to the last question. The fine, it doesn't go to the family. The Alvarezes, they'll never be made whole. They lost Arlene. And his concern was teaching his stepson a lesson with a gun sticking in his face. And you heard the probation officer. The best indicator of future behavior is past conduct. If you don't think that this man, even if you give him the 20 years, and yes, we are asking for it, because even if you give him the 20 years,
I do believe the max for this charge is 20 years. So I think that's why he keeps saying the 20 years. So yeah, and I wouldn't agree with that line either. You know, I mean, I have a great uncle that owned a recycle center in Houston, and he is a convicted felon for murder. It was an altercation that happened when he was younger, but once he got out and he started his life over, opened a recycle center and totally went straight. But with his recycle center, I can tell you, I worked there at one point in my teenage years. He still carried, you know, and that was his form of protection from what he grew up with. Do I agree with it? No, I think it should have stopped. Once he got out, he should have never touched another gun, but that's just my opinion. So carjack lady who now runs a nonprofit to help the community. Yeah. I mean, you know, she went through her shit. She stopped, she got out, she's making a better life for her and hopefully others. So, I mean, there's change available. You just have to want it and do it.
when he gets out, he's going to get a gun. He's going to stick it in his waistband.
I'm gonna object.
And then he's gonna be-
Stop. Hold on, I'm gonna object. There's no evidence that he would do that. There's no evidence. It's improper jury argument.
That'll be sustained.
I'm gonna ask for a mistrial on it.
That'll be the next, sir. You may continue, Mr.
9 months after killing a 9-year-old girl, he had a gun stuck in his waistband hanging out at a convenience store. He pulled that gun out, he stuck it in his stepson's face, then he got on that stand and he refused to acknowledge everything that you have seen with your own eyes. That's why probation is offensive. The question is, are we going to at least do everything that we can to ensure that our community is safe, to speak for the citizens of Harris County, to tell them and send a message? You don't get to unload into a car intending to kill everybody in the vehicle, kill a 9-year-old girl. 13 months later, stick another gun in somebody's face. We're not going to wait around for any more victims. For the next 20 years, our community is going to be safe. We trust you to send that message, and we trust you to make the right decision. Follow the law. Consider the facts. We know exactly what he's going to do when he gets out of prison.
You have 29 minutes.
Can I proceed, Your Honor? I'm sorry?
I'm not starting your time. Give me
Oh,
1
you
second,
can
sir.
start.
I apologize. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy. I'm over here just talking. I had to mute because Lola was over here knocking things around, and I'm over here just talking away. I was saying that we all know how I feel about Mr. Anthony Oso, Mr. Defense Attorney here. So, he's going to walk all around, and he's going to be all willy-nilly with his thoughts, and let's see how many objections we get from the state on him. And I'll stop muting. I'm gonna have to turn my camera off for just a second.
May it please the court. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, good morning. It's not an easy job being on that side of the table when you have such an emotional trial. And, make no qualms about it. You've been here now for over a week, a little over a week with us, and it's an emotional situation, all kinds of emotions. When you have an emotional trial like this, you have sympathy, it's natural. You have anger. You have the feeling of wanting revenge. And those are all human feelings to have, okay? They really are. I mean, let's be realistic. When Wendy Alvarez took the stand, we heard all about Arlene.
I will turn my camera on to be completely honest because I am transparent, honest as can be. I am smoking because this man makes me lose my shit. So I will turn my camera off and continue to listen to him as I smoke. Okay. I'm just letting y'all know I am here, but my camera is off because I am smoking. He rakes my nerves.
And make no bones about it. I mean, she was a beautiful little girl, and she made us all chuckle a little, even in such a tragic situation. We heard about things she would say, things she liked to do. And it's natural for you as jurors. It's natural for them, natural for us, natural really for everybody in this courtroom to, for it to pull on your heartstrings, okay? I mean, you wouldn't be human if it didn't, okay? And then The situation, talk about anger for a minute, it's a natural response, certainly for the family to be angry at Tony, and I'm sure some of you are. And then, again, that's a natural feeling. Nobody wouldn't expect you to feel that way. And then there's the desire to maybe seek revenge, okay? That's a natural human response.
I don't think it would be revenge at this point, speaking to the jurors like that. It would be justice, sir.
You know, the old adage, an eye for an eye, okay? But this is really not that kind of situation, because an eye for an eye, there may be circumstances that may make you feel that way, think that way. But this really isn't that kind of case, okay? And I'm not going to tell you what's appropriate or what's not appropriate. An interesting point about your verdict the other day. I've known this a long time. It didn't surprise me. But it didn't take you that long collectively to send a message to Tony Earls that what he did was wrong. Okay? I mean, honestly.
It took him a little over an hour, I believe, to come up with a verdict of guilty, sir. Yeah, it didn't take him long at all. Carry on.
I don't even think we sent the evidence back. So that tells me, as an attorney, that collectively, you were sending a message, okay? And hey, we understand that you were robbed at gunpoint. We understand that you saw the fear in your wife's face, but you shouldn't have shot at the truck. Regardless of what you were thinking, or more importantly, in this case, not thinking, because he acted so, maybe it was an adrenaline pump.
Was he about to use the word reckless? He was acting so reckless. Excuse me, sir. Were you about to say reckless?
What you were thinking, or more importantly, in this case, not thinking, because he acted so, maybe it was an adrenaline pump. I think the psychiatrist talked about that, psychologist, maybe you were thinking flight. I wasn't there. You weren't there. We don't really know what was going through Tony's mind. But that being said, the point is that what he did was wrong. You guys know it. And now you have to set what you feel to be an appropriate sentence in this case. As I think about this, it reminds me back, we always go back to jury selection. And if you recall, you were asked a question by Ed, and each of you are on this jury because you were asked individually, tell me if you were me, why I would want you on this jury. Okay? Fair enough question. You all addressed it. You're all very open. And the reason that each of you is here is because you were the ones who told us that I would be good on your jury because I'll be fair and I'll consider all of the evidence in the case before I make a decision. And that's really all I'm going to ask you to do, is to consider all of the evidence. I don't anticipate you'll hear States 108 again. You saw it. You know what happened. You rendered a verdict that says he acted recklessly. But again, what I want you to do now, or I'm asking you to do, is when you go back to deliberate, I want you to take, like they're going to ask you, take everything into consideration, okay? You've already told Tony that what he did was wrong. You know what happened. You know why it happened. You know how fast it happened. That's not in dispute anymore. You've decided that, okay? And you know, it was nice that Wendy was able to tell us about Arlene, because it was, and I can't tell you like what I was thinking, but I'm assuming from my years of experience, and I watch expressions on faces, you found it moving, and it gave her an opportunity to tell us about her little girl. Okay, so, I mean, that's some moving stuff. And then here comes the hard part, you know, we're the other side, okay? A lot of people think of us as the bad guys. When we ask that question on the questionnaire, what do you think about prosecutors? And then what do you think about defense attorneys? Now, the thing about defense attorneys in criminal cases is people usually don't like us. They usually hate us until they need us, you know, or one of their family members need us. So here's the hard part. We have to ask you to view him as a human being too, okay? All right? Because, you know, he wasn't living in your community, or a community like yours. And I know from the questionnaires and stuff that he's not educated like all of you. He didn't even get through high school, he told you. And he told you he carries a gun because of the neighborhood he lives in. And
These are all poor excuses. Sorry, sir. So, yeah, sir, we just don't like you and your the way you. Yeah, because no, we all have bad communities around here. Not gonna lie, I am even told I live on the wrong side of the tracks. Okay, but that doesn't. We all have bad communities. That's not an excuse.
and let me touch on that for a second, because, you know, the Second Amendment is really interesting, you know. And Texas is like the Wild West. I mean, you talk to people that you know, they view Texas as the Wild West because, you know, we have open carry. Like, you can carry a gun on your waistband, you can carry a gun in your car, and I'm not going to get into a political dispute about how I feel about it, and I don't know how each of you feel about it, but you'd have to agree on one thing, that when you allow people to just walk into a store and buy a gun with no licensing, no training requirements, nothing to teach them how to respond when they use or feel they have to use the gun, and it kind of encourages self-defense. If you think about it, it's like a recipe for tragedies and disasters like this, because in his case, for example, you sell him, you know, he's been robbed multiple times. You don't know how he's going to react, but maybe there's a way to start having a dialogue about this, okay? And maybe we can do some things, hopefully up in Austin, to prevent these tragedies. This is not on you guys.
It is the responsibility of the gun owner who goes out and purchases the gun to learn gun safety, gun rules, and all that. You can't make that political, sir. No, stop.
This verdict is not going to send any message to our lawmakers in Austin to change things. It's just something that I felt I had to say and I had to point out. But getting back to Tony, and I was talking about the fact that Tony is human, okay? He's not perfect, we know that, okay? And, I mean, the state pointed that out and said he's a different guy. I mean, you watched him during the trial, you watched him on the stand. There's one photograph where he was meeting with the police right after the incident occurred, and he's got his head down. You can kind of see what his demeanor is, and they want to talk about he's an angry man. He's a man that will still carry a gun. He's a man that would point a gun at his stepson. You know, he's also a man who doesn't even have a high school diploma, who goes to work and picks up trash in the parking lot. He restocks ice. and he restocks beer to make some money to survive. Okay. He calls and checks on his disabled father every day. On holidays, he does a toy drive for kids in his neighborhood. So
my question to the toy drive, I would have said, how long ago was it that you did this, and how many times did you do this? Because it's all nice and dandy if he got with his buddies 1 year and did it, but I mean, they're talking like he's this pillar of the community. So
what I want, or what I'm going to ask, is that at least one of you, two of you, three of you, someone, when you go back to deliberate, get the jurors, your fellow jurors, to talk about him as a person too. I want to talk to you about knowledge because Mr. Katani made a pretty big deal about pulling a gun on your stepson. You know, it's interesting. We didn't hear from him, okay? But I want to say a couple things. If you really, you know, the other, besides sympathy, anger, revenge, the other thing that you guys are allowed to consider is your logic. So let's talk about logic. Let's talk about that incident back on I guess it was March 29th of 23. Tony's sitting at the truck where he works, and knowledge comes up, and from the evidence we were allowed to put it in that knowledge told us when he walked up and they had words. Now, mind you, Tony didn't go looking for knowledge. Knowledge walked up to Tony. He came to Tony, and knowledge told us, and that's evidence.
and why didn't knowledge come and testify? Questions. Why didn't he come?
Evidence in the case.
And me as just a average watcher of trials, because it's things I enjoy, if I'm thinking that, what do you think the jury is thinking? If I, as an average viewer, am questioning why all this with knowledge happened and he didn't come back and say, oh, we're all cool, we're kosher, it's all good, he didn't mean anything. Why? Why didn't he? Okay? Questions. I don't have answers. I would like answers.
That he was going to pull out his mace and mace Tony in the face. Okay? Tony didn't shoot knowledge. Tony, in his defense, pulled out his gun, pointed down towards the barbershop and said, you need to go on back down there. Now, how threatening was that to knowledge? Well, on the video, you see they both walked in afterwards. Okay? So, how could he claim that he was offended or it scared him? Tony put the gun away. He walked in the store. Knowledge walks in after him. But the next day, so if that doesn't tell you it wasn't a big issue for him, the very next day, Tony's working at the store. He's in the store. Now, I don't know about any of you, but I would think that probably if somebody actually pointed a gun at you and you found it threatening, you probably wouldn't go to their workplace the next day and walk in there. But he did. And he actually had a gun that day, okay? And they had the altercation. On the video, we don't know what words they're exchanging, but we know that he's telling him, Knowledge is mad because he's calling Knowledge's mother and saying he's hanging out or doing some bad stuff that's going to result in him getting killed. And Knowledge doesn't like Tony calling his mother and telling him that. So he goes back down to the store the next day, and what does he do? He walks in, and look, if you're afraid of the guy, if he poses a threat to you, you don't go to his place of employment. I don't care how many times you go there a day, at least the very next day. You might let things cool down, but he doesn't. He walks in there, and he's got a gun. and he throws the first punch, and they're making a big deal about it. But on the video, you can't throw the first punch, get your ass kicked, and then complain about it. That's kind of like whining, okay? Man up if you're going to start something, but they don't have a lot to throw at you about his past, because like he told you, he has no criminal history, okay? 45 years old. He's not a guy here with a laundry list of crimes he's committed, okay? He's here because I don't even know how to describe how that robbery and the timing of the family, Mr. Alvarez's truck pulling up and being in the middle of it there's no reasonable explanation for any of that. That's like fate. And, let me just say this. I don't know if it's even come out, but how about Armando? They're right. He's got a right to take his family out to dinner. And the poor guy, he's driving down the street, okay? And all of a sudden he finds himself in the middle of a robbery, okay? And he thinks they're shooting at one another. He's got to make some really quick decisions, okay? He's got to decide what he's got to do. Do I throw the car in reverse? Do I try to go to the right? Do I go to the left? I mean, he's just doing it, okay? He's in survival mode for his family, okay? And the timing of that is just crazy. I don't think you'll ever hear of something like that happening again in your lifetime, okay? The critical timing, I don't even know what to say about it, but what you told Tony was, by your verdict, that, there's definitions about reasonableness, like you knew the danger existed and you totally disregarded it, Tony, okay? Really, he shouldn't have shot for sure. Clearly, he didn't know that there was a family in the truck, and we know that him mistakenly believing, I don't care what the reason, the timing, the sounds, what caused it, the way he approached it and what he did was wrong, okay? And so we talk about sentencing people, okay? And you're supposed to consider, like on the questionnaire, we asked you about punishment, deterrence, and rehabilitation. We asked you, what do you think is the most important, okay? And you guys all answered it. And here's the thing, it's a combination of everything, okay? Obviously, since he touched on probation so much, a person can't have a gun on probation. And they can be visited at their place of employment. They can be visited at their house, but that's not really the point. I think that you take into consideration deterrence. You take into consideration what's punishment. You take into consideration rehabilitation programs. It's a collective thing, guys, okay? That's really all it is. So, in closing, I just want to say this to you. Don't rush to judgment, please. Consider everything. Consider both sides, because no one wins in this situation. You got two families that...
I have to pause him because I knew this was not true what he is saying. You can have a gun on probation for certain instances. So you are not, I knew, there are certain situations in Texas, depending on the conviction, is what determines the level of restrictions you have. So if you're convicted of a felony, you cannot possess a firearm for at least 5 years after release from imprisonment, parole, or probation. Even after the period of 5 years ends, you can possess a firearm on
You can only possess a firearm on your own residential property. But under federal law, you're prohibited from possessing a firearm at any time if you have a felony conviction. But if you're convicted of a misdemeanor involving family violence, you cannot possess a firearm for 5 years after your release. If you have deferred adjudication for a felony and you successfully complete it, the charges typically is dismissed and not considered a conviction under state law. However, federal law can still interpret a guilty plea or no contest plea ruling in a deferred adjudication and disqualifying the conviction. So it depends on the probation. So no, sir.
The suffering from what happened. You know, I get it. I get it. But please don't let anger and revenge cloud your thinking about really what, you know, how do we handle this situation? Let's think through it and give consideration to the fact that, you know, he really is only human. And again, he's not perfect. Okay? But he's a person who started out as a victim and within seconds became a defendant. And I mean, make no bones, I'm not saying to you that conduct doesn't have consequences, in that you could go back and say, well, he's the one who decided to shoot at the gun, to shoot at the truck. But take into consideration that, I mean, this is not just a drive-by shooting where for kicks he shoots at cars. Okay? I mean, if he doesn't get robbed at gunpoint, I'm sure you all agree he doesn't just shoot at a passing by truck or vehicle. Okay? So that's really all I'm asking. Okay, is to consider everything, consider both sides, and then you guys have been good. You've listened to us for days now, and this is emotional. And I have to say, I don't envy you sitting in those chairs. I really don't. And I hope that after today, there's some way that you can unwind tomorrow, because I know I'm going to. And I just want to thank you personally for your time and your attention. Okay, guys, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You want to go? We have 19 minutes left.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, being, you know, the state is asking for 20. So we will see. We will see. I mean, at least 10. I like y'all know I don't watch ahead, so I just put all the videos in a file folder and we go through them. So yeah, hopefully at least 10. I do know that gave him something, but I'm not sure what. But yeah, I understand how we got here, and this is just, it's awful. It's completely awful. And you know, all I can keep saying is, you know, this is justice for Arlene. I mean, whatever he gets is, you know, we have to be okay with it. That's, as jurors, that's going to be their decision.
We do appreciate you sticking on for 8 days. I know it's been a very long and emotional 2 weeks. I think the way it was timed yesterday with listening to Wendy talk about how their night started, and then listening to Tony right after that talking about how their night started. And it was just two families talking about their Valentine's Day and how two families were destroyed within a matter of seconds. Just make no mistake, two families were destroyed by one robber. One robber's actions. Because like Mr. also said, had Mr. Earls not been robbed, none of this would have happened. He's not a monster. He isn't. He's 45 years old. You don't make it to 45 years old with no felonies if you're a monster. He made a mistake. He was trying to protect his family. He reacted in a matter of seconds. He had seconds to think about what to do, just like Armando did. Was that the right call? No, and he told you that. He told you that from the stand. He said he has thought about that night every single night for the past 3.5 years. He has thought about Arlene every single night for the past 3.5 years. There's not a night that goes by that he does not think about her. He's a father of 6 girls. He thinks about that little girl every night. He's not a cold-blooded killer. He isn't. That's not who he is. Cold-blooded killer would not be sitting there sobbing. That's not who he is. He is somebody worthy of redemption. That's the kind of person we should want back out in our community. Somebody who cares about kids. They told you he does a toy drive. They told you he does help kids out there. He has 6 girls he cares about that depend on their father. He's so worried about them with the cameras, with all these people here that he didn't want to say their names. He doesn't know what will happen. He's terrified for them. Because he doesn't want everybody to think he's this cold-blooded killer. He isn't. That's not who Tony is. We want you to listen to all that and take all of that into consideration. We're not asking you to forget about Arlene when you go back there either. We understand there's a 9-year-old. We understand that. We know that. We're just asking you to listen to all that. Take all of that into consideration. This is not a 20-year case. That man has been sitting in jail for over a year. Thinking about that little girl every single night. We're just asking you to consider all of the facts. Probation is one of the considerations we are asking you for. You told us during jury selection that that is something you would be willing to consider. Make no mistake, we understand it is a tragedy. We understand that there is a dead little girl named Arlene. We understand that. We are not forgetting about her, but there are 2 families who were destroyed that night. Not just 1, 2. And it was a result of somebody else's crime, the robber. And had that not happened, we wouldn't be sitting here. He wasn't out there just shooting at random cars. He carried a gun for protection, to protect himself, to protect his family. We're just asking you to please consider everything. Consider who he is. Before you make your decision, please consider who Tony Earls is.
State, you have 28 minutes. Remember, that's got your side. Thank you. Still talking about the robber, as if it's the robber's fault. Make no mistake of it. If he was just shooting at random cars, it would be a felony murder, and you'd be facing 5 to life in prison. The reason why robbery and reckless conduct is why it's 2 to 20. But you remember during jury selection, we talked to you all about a lot of things. And one of the things we talked about is, if this was your world, what do you think the most important thing in assessing the appropriate punishment? Remember that? And on your questionnaires, you had a choice between punishment, rehabilitation, or deterrence. 10 of y'all put punishment as number 1. One of y'all put deterrence as number one, which is, y'all explained to me, trying to prevent crime, sending a message, what we hold accountable, and one of y'all put rehabilitation. And that's okay, because you also had combinations of it, right? Second and all that. You also said you would consider the full range of punishment, depending on the facts. And I was the first one to kind of talk about it. I was like, what the law says is you have to wait to hear the facts to then assess the right punishment. And as soon as you start hearing the facts, you may decide, oh, well, this isn't going to be a probation case. And as soon as you start hearing the facts, you may decide, okay, this is going to be a 20-year case, right? And I gave a hypothetical when some folks said, wait, for killing somebody, you send a probation? I gave a hypothetical of shooting in the air, like Maroon was saying, bullet coming down. And certainly wasn't putting 7 bullets into the side of the car. So the biggest question was legally was, could you consider 20 years in an appropriate case? Remember that? That was the legal thing. And you all said you could. So when you learned that the victim in this case was a 9-year-old child, you knew it was an appropriate case. When you learned the defendant just didn't shoot in the air, but 7 times into a car, you knew it was an appropriate case. And then in the punishment phase of the trial, when you learned 13 months later, he's still carrying a firearm, still being reckless in it, and pointing it in the direction of a family member, you all knew it was an appropriate case. 20 years is appropriate for our community, for this defendant, and for Arlene. This is not the rehabilitation part of the trial. This is the punishment part of the trial. In a lot of ways, this part of the trial is really about us and what we say is acceptable. I already know the folks on here who believe in the right to bear arms and people who believe in guns are probably the most offended at the defense. You have an opportunity to send a message to the community that if you have guns, you have to be responsible. With all due respect to Mr. Oso, I don't agree. This is not legislation to be changed in Austin. This is stopping people like this defendant. Maybe the law should be changed to say if you recklessly kill a child, you should have a punishment range of 5 to life. Some of y'all might be thinking that because 20 years is not appropriate for me. Maybe that's the legislation we need to talk about. It's not guns. This isn't a gun issue. This is a person issue and how a person deals with guns. That's what this is. And it's not revenge. It's justice. It's what's appropriate. So let's talk about the defendant. You knew when you learned in the punishment stage of the trial, when you saw that video of him carrying the gun in a public place and pointing it at his stepson, you then understood what had happened 13 months before a little bit easier, didn't you? Some of you all are probably thinking, John, that would be nice to know in the guilt phase. If I had known about that, maybe my decision would have come back in 10 minutes instead of 45. But the law protects them. And we talked about this during jury selection. You're only going to learn about the facts of the case, not the other acts. Well, now you know how confident we were when we said he got out of that car angry, because that's who he is when he has a gun in his hand. He sits here meek, he purposely cries in court, but when he's got a gun in his hand, he's a completely different person, and he's a dangerous person. So now you know when he got out of that vehicle and decided that a human life was worth a wallet, 20 credit cards, and $20, now you understand why. If he believes a human life is worth a wallet, 20 credit cards, and $20, how in the world can we not believe a 9-year-old child being killed is worth 20 years? If you do that balancing and that logic, there's no other solution. But then, some of y'all I know are trying to give the defendant the benefit of the doubt. Some of y'all in the first phase of the trial might have been saying to yourself, gosh, maybe this was just split second. Maybe this should never have happened. And then you learn about the aggravated assault and you're like, oh, now I understand. but that some of y'all might still have been kind-hearted enough, wanting to believe in rehabilitation, that you're like, when he takes a stand, give me something. Please, give me something. Other than just saying, I cry every night. Of course he does. He's a human being that killed a 9-year-old, but he has taken no responsibility. He won't even acknowledge what I did shooting that vehicle was wrong. You saw it on the stand. I gave him every opportunity. You saw him.
That's a mischaracterization. He took responsibility.
So, remember my admonishment? That's their opinions, both sides, everything comes from witness stand. You guys make the determination whether you're responsible or not. Okay, you may continue, sir.
How many times did I ask him? You agree with me that shooting into a truck where you can't see in is a reckless act, and he actually said, I can't say that. And then with the aggravated assault becomes, I was pointing down the street. And you're hearing the same things that call to the officer. I had to do it. My life was in danger. No, you know now what he did on Valentine's night was not anything he had to do. It was something he wanted to do. And the result was the death of a 9-year-old child. So those of you who are hoping to hear something different on the stand, hoping to believe in human dignity and sorrow, I'm sure you were disappointed. Because you can't say in open court, I'm sorry, and not say, I could have done these things different, or not get the penance that you deserve. It was a hollow apology. So in some ways, this defendant has given you no other choice but 20 years. Folks, if killing a 9-year-old girl does not stop you from reckless behavior with a gun, if killing a 9-year-old girl doesn't change your ways, then nothing will. We're just fortunate that he commits his crimes on surveillance, and you get to see on television. And he, on that stand, is watching what you're watching and still denying it.
Objection, that's a complete mischaracterization of the evidence.
That'll be sustained.
Y'all will-
Disregard that last statement.
Yes,
That'll be denied, sir. You may continue, sir.
Y'all will remember.
You have 18 minutes left, by the way.
So he himself deserves 20 years. But this is not just about him. It's about so much more. He just didn't kill a 9-year-old child. He killed Arlene. And yesterday, through her mom, she came to the schoolroom. And for the first time, we got to know who she was. With her big personality, you could see as she's 9, starting to play with makeup and nails, wanting to be like her mom, a successful hairdresser. You can hear her say, don't come in my mom's salon, saying her hair is orange and yellow. Remember that? Or on that Valentine's Day, when Armando comes home, she said, I told you, Mom, he wasn't going to get you anything. He came in here and she talked to us. And then when Wendy told us, Armando felt awful, and he's like, okay, let's go out to eat. You're reminded of Armando's testimony when he said, I realized that it was a mistake to choose work over family. How many of us probably related to that? She entered this courtroom and it reminded us it's just not a name, it's just not a 9-year-old girl. Because when you kill a child, and he did, you kill everything they will become. She will never have her 15. She will never fall in love for the first time. She will never have her first kiss. Armando will never be able to walk her down the aisle. She will never have the career she aspired to have. She will forever, for the Alvarez's family, be at the age of 9. Wouldn't they love if she could get 20 years? Wouldn't the Alvarez's love for her to be back with us when she's 29 and have her whole life in front of her? How in the world could we give him any less than 20 years? Because if you give him 20 years, she will still be dead. She will still be 9. She will still be a memory in all of their hearts, and I know in y'all's. There's a reason why we didn't show that video of Armando taking her out of the car again, because it will forever be in your mind. I am sure y'all have thought about that moment when you went home. You will forever do it. The only thing you can do is to make this right. It won't bring her back, but it will tell this family, this jury, our community did all they could do. That's all we're asking. And it won't bring her back. But maybe it will be a part of the process that they can then heal. He had an opportunity after he did that 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th shot. When he found out that he killed a 9-year-old, he had that opportunity and he didn't take it. Don't reward him. That's not fair. That's not just. And she's still gone. Our community deserves for him to get the most. And make no mistake of it, I'm not cavalier. As a prosecutor standing up here asking me to get the maximum sentence, I'm not doing it in a cavalier fashion. Because not every case deserves maximum punishment. But this one does. There is a reason why we picked you. Y'all are from all over our community. Y'all are as diverse as we can get. We have people that are in their early 20s, and we have people 70. We have people who are just beginning their lives, and those of us are looking back at our kids, grandkids. We have pro-gun, and okay with guns and against guns. And there's a reason for that. Because we knew we would be standing here right now. And when you ask a jury to get the maximum penalty, it has to come from all of our community. So what we're going to ask you to do is, in the same fashion you came back and found him guilty, to come back and tell Marta and Wendy and all of us that we will do what the law allows. Some of y'all might be thinking it should be more. And if y'all agree, then go ahead and put a $10,000 fine on there. But this isn't about money, this is about people. And justice demands, you know, justice demands. It won't bring her back, but it will be say, we have been stricken and we did all we can do. We now give it to you to speak for our community. And what an honorable thing that is.
You've all heard the punishment argument by defense counsel.
Okay. So, I don't think it's on this stream. Nope, it's the next one. So then we come back with a verdict. And I just want to be sure to remind everybody, this is why we're here. This is Arlene and her mother. This is from the Facebook group. Sorry, I'm getting choked up again. So we will directly go into the verdict, and after they give his sentencing, not verdict, the sentencing, there is a short video of Arlene's mother, Wendy,
talking afterward. So with that, we're going to be spicy for a minute, just because we can. Whoops, that's the wrong bumper. That's not what I wanted.
Adios and vaya conmigo.
Comedy in the chaos, people. It's the only way I can get through some of this shit. So, with that, let's hit play.
Sorry,
Yes.
please take a seat. Mr. Earls, please stand up. In cause number 1926763, State of Texas versus Tony Earls, verdict. We, the jury, having found the defendant, Tony Earls, guilty of the offense of manslaughter, assess his punishment at Select 1, imprisonment in the Texas Department of Criminal Justice for a term of 20 years and no fine. Does any side want the jury to be polled? Is signed by the foreman of the jury, also printed by the foreman of the jury.
20 years with no parole.
Tony Earls, guilty of the offense of manslaughter, assess his punishment at Select 1, imprisonment in the Texas Department of Criminal Justice for a term of 20 years and no fine. Does any side want the jury to be polled? Is signed by the foreman of the jury, also printed by the foreman of the jury. Does any side want the jury to be polled? Defense. You do?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, please poll them.
Okay, we're going to skip the polling. Okay, so they gave him 20 years with no fine. So they didn't give him the $10,000 fine also. They just did the 20 years. Okay. I don't know what's happening. From looking at this, Arlene's mom speaks in court, and then there's another short hearing after court. So we will roll to that.
You may be seated. Does the state have victim impact? Please.
Oh, victim impact. That's what it is. I'm sorry.
Take your time, okay?
Never in my life did I even think at such a young age I was going to experience this, as well as my family. When we lost Arlene, we didn't only lose Arlene, we lost ourselves. Everybody approaches to us and tells us that's the worst nightmare anybody could imagine. And I always tell everybody, don't imagine this, because I would do the same. I would never imagine myself without my kids, especially Arlene. I believe in God's perfect timing. And we fought for so long because that night we did nothing wrong. We never shot at anybody. My husband never stepped on the gas. Nothing, everything was a lie. We were just protecting our kids. I want to thank the jury for connecting with us and seeing our reality, what happened that night. Because to this day, it's pretty heartbreaking. Tony Earls, I saw that you wanted to apologize to us. But what you did that night was wrong. And you need to pay for your consequences. 20 years is not enough because my daughter is going to be there for life. You get to breathe, you get to see, you get to feel. My daughter doesn't. The day you made a decision and your actions, I'm paying for your consequences. I really hope you find it in your heart when you're in jail to repent to God and to make changes in your life. Because if you're a good person, show it. Change. Nobody's perfect. We're all humans. I understand. We're not perfect ourselves either. But you took a big part of our heart that night. I don't think our lawyers, with gratitude, because in the beginning, we had nobody to help us out. We didn't know who to run to. The way we lost our baby was not right. Judge, thank you for taking our case and being really respectful. Because if Arlene was to be any of us, if she was to be your daughter or anybody related to Arlene, I would have loved her so much and I would have understood her love to her. Because our connection is so real and so right now. So I want to thank everybody. Arlene was into James Avery bracelet. Like, this is her bracelet. I haven't polished it since she passed away. And she was so excited for me to add on her latest charms. I didn't get to. And she really was my very special daughter. She really was my sunshine. She really was my princess. She really was my little angel. Everything that comes in this little charms, that really represented her. I know this is not going to bring Arlene back, but this is going to give us a little bit of peace. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Earls, please go with the deputy and he'll take you to the sheriff's department. And throw this picture.
I may not have said this earlier, but it took the jury 1 hour to come back with that sentence. So what I'm going to do now, we're going to fast forward to, they actually meet up in the hallway after, wrong button, Sheila, wrong button. They meet up in the hallway and have a little press conference. I'm sorry, I'm an emotional person. I am not ashamed to cry in front of everybody. It is what it is, and I do not hide my emotions. So, okay. Very emotional. So this is the conference outside in the hallway of the courthouse.
And of course, as you all know, found the defendant guilty and sentenced him to 20 years. I want to thank the members of the Houston Police Department, the Houston Forensic Science Center, the investigators with the Harris County District Attorney's Office in our Digital Forensic Unit, our Vehicular Crimes Unit, as well as Captain Joseph Gonzalez of our office for the hours and hours that they've spent over the last few months preparing this case to be presented to the jury. I also want to thank Shelley Rossi of the Montgomery County the Montgomery County District Attorney's Office for her tireless work on this case as well. As prosecutors, all we can do is hone our craft in preparation to present evidence to a jury. And we don't do it for accolades, and we don't do it for praise, and we don't do it for thanks. We do it so that one day we can lend our craft to a verdict or to a victim, someone who cannot speak for themselves. And you will not find two prosecutors who have honed their craft more in preparation for preparing to present Arlene Alvarez's case to this jury. I thank the members of the Alvarez family for being here and for their constant support of us over the last 10 months as we've prepared this case. And with that, I'm going to hand it off to the lead prosecutors on this case, John Jordan and Maroon Katani.
I'll be brief. My friend and District Attorney Sean Tier, in the beginning of January, handed me the Arlene Alvarez case. And he said, dig and look into it. And I was wise enough to get Maroon Katani to assist me in this endeavor. And we met a beautiful family. Armando and Wendy and the rest of the family trusted us. Where they weren't trustful of the system. And all we did is we said we would work hard and try the case in the way that Arlene would want. A family should be able to go to a family dinner in the Gulf Gate area and get there safely. And they should not be subject of gun violence. And that's what happened to this family. This was a long process, and we too are amazed at citizens of Harris County that came together as a jury and not only convicted him within an hour, but gave the defendant the maximum penalty. I think there was a false narrative in this community for a long time where they thought Mr. Earls was shooting at the robber and an errant bullet hit the truck. And now we know, because luckily the entire trial was streamed, that it wasn't that at all. He turned the gun on the truck and unloaded, and in the process killed a little girl. It has been an honor to come to court and to try and speak for her. But the reality is this, Maroon and I didn't do that justice in the way that her mom did yesterday. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to you guys, who should be able to say your truth.
How are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling emotional. I'm feeling happy because it was a long process. And I want to thank all of you, the media. I want to thank the community, everybody that was behind us and stood behind us, because what happened that day was wrong. And we stood still and we put our foot in the ground because we love our baby so much. And to this day, it doesn't sit right what happened that night. And I want to thank everybody that, all the doors that were open for us, and there was doors that were closed to us. And we just want to send out a message to you, and don't give up for your loved one. I know Arlene would have been so happy right now. Because I love Arlene so much. We all love Arlene so much. Earls took a big part of our heart that day. And it's so hard to endure this heartbreak. But we're so thankful with all of you guys. The community was part of my daughter's justice. I want to thank our lawyers. I want to thank Shantier. I want to thank our judge, the jury, everybody, my family. My family was here every day with us. And Arlene lives through us.
When you heard guilty, what was going through your mind?
emotional outbreak. And even though this is not going to bring Arlene back, it's going to bring us just a little bit of peace. I know it will for my son Armando Jr. because even he was like, Mom, I don't want to go to school because I want to have closure and because I don't want to be in the darkness. I want to be able to have closure that my sister's going to have justice, and I feel like I deserve justice too. And he told me something that stuck in my mind. He was like, Earl's justice is to be in jail, and my sister's injustice is to be on her grave. And we're here, guys, and I want to thank you all.
Armando, do you want to say anything?
Okay.
Question for Wendy. I know like a year ago we talked, myself, you, and April at the gravesite. You told me you weren't sleeping, you weren't eating, your life hadn't been the same. Now that you heard guilty, not only guilty, but you heard 20 years as a punishment, is that going to change or give you any type of solstice?
No, but if it was up to me, I would like for him to stay there longer. But, because the laws are different, it's just going to bring a little bit of peace, but it's not going to make a big of a great difference. But something unique about me and my family is that we always bring Arlene alive through our memories.
Wendy, ha sido un camino bien largo, más de 3 años que hemos estado esperando este momento de que hubiera un juicio, de que hubiera justicia. ¿Cómo se sienten ahora?
Nos sentimos con paz, nos sentimos bien emocional, sentimental, nos sentimos todo lo que uno puede pensar. Y como digo, y les digo a todos que la peor pesadilla lo estamos viviendo nosotros, pero yo siento que como hispanos estamos acostumbrados a no levantar nuestra voz, estamos acostumbrados que si nos dicen, no puedes hacer esto, ya nos detenemos y ya no hacemos ese paso adelante. Pero como un mensaje que yo puedo decir es de que nunca dejen de luchar por sus seres queridos, porque el amor que nosotros tenemos por Arlene es único, es fuerte y muy especial.
¿Crees que hubo justicia ahora mismo con
Sí,
esta sentencia?
hubo justicia. Yo sentí mucho coraje de los abogados de Earls y yo sentí mucho coraje del lado de él también.
I know she's talking Spanish and I hate to interrupt her, but I do want y'all to note that this man back here in the corner is Tim, I just lost his name. It was Tim Miller. Tim Miller, he is the director of EquiSearch. It was founded by him in, I think it was around 2000. His daughter, Laura, was abducted and murdered in 1984. I was a child. I was young. I was a teenager. And it was in the Houston area. So he is very well known for missing and finding people. So that's who this gentleman is here in the far right hand corner holding Arlene's picture is Tim Miller of EquiSearch.
Pero no me importa, porque no le importó que nosotros estábamos en el carro, a él no le importó que él podía matar a alguien por su enojo y sus malas decisiones. So, él tiene que aprender de sus malas decisiones y tiene que tener consecuencia y tiene que pagar por sus acciones. Yo estoy pagando por sus acciones. Yo ya no puedo ir con mi hija porque yo tengo que, si yo quiero conectar con ella, tengo que ir a su cementerio y no es justo.
Same question in English. Do you think that you got justice?
Yes, we got justice and my daughter deserves it. She was such a bright little girl, and like I tell everybody, if I were to meet Arlene, I know y'all would be fighting for her. If you are at home and y'all have a special little Arlene in y'all's home, y'all just hug y'all little babies, because I don't get to do that with her no more.
And we understand you all are going to Arlene's gravesite.
Yes.
How would that be for you all today?
Part of a little celebration for her. I know, I always like to share that she used to love the movie In Orbit. So for everything, she'll be like, oh yeah, let's go celebrate. How you doing? I'm sorry, guys. This is so heartbreaking.
You've been very strong.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Okay. Oop, took myself off the stage. See what I did there? See what I did there? I'm pushing the wrong button. See? Y'all know me, Sheila, and them buttons. I push the wrong damn buttons. So that puts closure to Arlene Alvarez and provides her and her family with justice. Tony Earls was sentenced to 20 years with no fine. So we will follow. I intend on following. I'll be around another 20 years. I'm going to follow this as long as I can, see if anything more happens with this case. It was very close to me. Being from the Houston area, it affected me. Being it was Valentine's Day, it was very emotional. And it was something that really stuck with me. And so I was very honored and happy that this trial was made public and I was able to bring it to y'all. You've been married for 3 years and 84. I was a teenager. I was 12 years old. I was 12, so I was a young teen. I was just getting into all my craziness. So with that, I want to leave y'all with this. You are special. You are loved. Be sure to hug somebody special for the day. I cannot forward y'all from the stream because we are in Rubber Ramada. I don't have that capability. But I am going over to Hio True Crime. I have put the link in chat. If you click on that link, it'll direct you over to Hio's chat. She will be live in less than 15 minutes. And that is where I will be hanging out, is with my Hio. So with that, I want you all to have a great rest of your evening. And I will be back later on tonight, as I didn't get to do my stream last night because there was a lot of chaos on the YouTube streets and I didn't get time. So I will do that tonight. I will have a stream. It's already set up. It's for the woman who took 2 lives and injured 2 others here in Angleton, which is right outside the Houston area. So with that, I will see y'all later. And if you want to click the link and go to Hio's room, I will see everybody over there. Peace. Rubber out.
Life's a ride.